you very much. We can take our seats. Igama lami ngiuStella wakaKhumalo. Intombi yakaMtolo ezalwa ematolweni ngilibhaca lale emzimkhulu. Intombi yakaMtolo lena emphambi kwenu ithathwe kaKhumalo komzilikazi koMashobane. Ngisebenza emnyangweni wezemidlalo, ubuciko namasiko njengomqondisi jikelele. Sanibonani, molweni, dumelang, absheni, goeiemorgen. Good morning. I'm now accommodating you, Minister, and the Executive Mayor. When I was introducing myself, I was indicating that my name is Stella Khumalo. I am the Director General in the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. The rest of the staff, anyone sitting next to you can explain to you. It talks to who I am and where I come from. Ngilibhaca. That is what I was saying. Honorable Minister Gayton Mackenzie, the Executive Mayor, Chairperson of our Portfolio Committee, Honorable Joseph Maklua, the National House of Traditional and Khoi and San leaders, Khosi Thabo Siyahlolo, Chairperson of the Pensalp Board, Professor Loli Makubu Badenhorst, our partners, Professor Langa Khumalo, no relation, from the South African Center for Digital Language Resources, Acting Chief Executive Officer of Pensalp Language Board, Mr. Julius Dantile, Acting Deputy Director General in the Department of Arts, Culture, and Heritage. I wanted to emphasize that. I see several chairpersons of boards, CEOs, stakeholders in the space of language services and in the space of arts, culture, promotion, and development. Esteemed speakers who will be leading proceedings for these 2 days, the media houses representatives that are here amongst us, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again, sanibonani. Honorable Minister, honorable guests, when we began preparations for this language summit, we did so because successive meetings of our national stakeholder engagement forums had taken place, and they have called for a national gathering as there were concerns that sectors were moving in different directions, that there was a need of unifying positions to be taken on certain matters pertaining to language. Now, when we went to Minister to brief him or to submit a report in keeping with the procedures that we use in the department, where we were talking about the stakeholder engagement forums that take place and the work that is done there, he raised a concern that yes, indeed, you tell me about these stakeholder forums that meet twice a year and engage, but what I'm not getting is what are the rest of the language practitioners in this space doing and saying? Because when you look at how our forum is structured, it is mainly us as national government talking to each other with the entities and the provincial departments. So the minister challenged us to say before the end of this financial year, I need to convene all the practitioners in the space of language, experts, and different stakeholders and role players in this particular space, because I need a very clear plan and framework that talks about how, as a country, we implement the so-called legislation, but we also translate what we do into tangibles. I do hope that, Honorable Minister, as we are here today, we would be able to deliver against what you had challenged us with regard of what I've just outlined. During the year, Honorable Maklua, so don't ask me that question next time when we go to the portfolio committee, because I would have said it here and I've got witnesses. During the year, ever since Honorable Mackenzie joined the department, we have had several engagements with different stakeholders in different spaces. We have met, for instance, with the heritage stakeholders, artists, athletes, and so forth. So this meeting and this gathering that is happening today is happening at an opportune time, and it's going to be very important that all the engagements that happen over the 2 days, the commissions, the discussions, the panels that will be addressing us, it actually translates into a framework and a plan that is implementable for the development and the promotion of languages in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like, with those few words, to then call upon the Honorable Executive Mayor of Cape Town to make us feel welcome to this place. Honorable Hill Lewis.
Thank you so much, Madam DG. Distinguished guests, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members of Parliament and other members of government, leaders from academia, language institutions, civil society, and all other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, molweni, wamkilikile, goeiemorgen, nduyavuya ukabulapha namhlanje. Good morning and a very warm welcome to Cape Town. Igama lami nguJordan Lewis, usodolopo wasekapa, and it is my great pleasure and honor to be here this morning to welcome you to the National Language Summit here in Cape Town. On behalf of the people of Cape Town, I extend a warm welcome to all of the delegates who have traveled from across South Africa, and indeed there may be some from outside of South Africa here. Julle is almal baie welkom hier in die moederstad. Cape Town is often described as the most diverse city in South Africa. And that diversity is not only visible in our cultures and our communities and our food and our religions, but also deeply embedded in the languages that we speak every day. South Africa, with 12 languages, already stands out in the world. But what makes Cape Town particularly unique is the unusual distribution of home languages in our city. Just under 40% of our residents speak Afrikaans at home, while English and isiXhosa are spoken by just under a third of Cape Townians each. This remarkable and near equal balance underscores something very important. Multilingualism is not an abstract concept in Cape Town, it's actually our daily reality. And that's why we are so pleased and honored to host this National Language Summit here in the city, because ours is a city not only shaped by multiple languages, but also deeply committed to celebrating those languages and protecting all of them. Allow me to extend my sincere thanks to the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture in South Africa, Minister Gayton McKenzie, for the invitation to participate in the summit and for placing the important issue of language development and protection firmly on the national agenda. Thank you, sir. Language policy may not always dominate public debate. It may not always be the front page of newspapers, but its impact is profound on our citizens. The way that we preserve, develop, and promote our language heritage shapes our society, our cultural identity, and our future. Being able to communicate freely and confidently opens doors for so many people. It expands participation in the economy, and it ensures that no one is ever excluded from public life and from society because of the language they speak. Cape Town carries deep linguistic roots that stretch back many, many centuries. Long before this place was a fruit and vegetable resupply stop on the global shipping trade routes, the language of the Khoi and the San people formed part of the earliest cultural and intellectual traditions of this region. Preserving indigenous languages is therefore not only about safeguarding that particular vocabulary and grammar, it's about preserving stories, worldviews, and historical narratives that would otherwise be lost. Across Cape Town today, efforts are underway to revive and honor these linguistic traditions. We have museum exhibitions, heritage initiatives, and community-led tours across our city that highlight the languages that shaped the Cape's early history. We also have some truly beautiful and unique dialects here in our city. Just in the language of Afrikaans, we have at least 2 different dialects of Afrikaans right here in one city. For those of you, there are many people here who have come from the National Department in Pretoria. In Pretoria, you will hear Afrikaans, but you will not hear Awe Masakanis. Neither will you hear Kanala. Pass me some more Buba, Shukran for the Dalchis. Those are things you will not hear outside of Cape Town. And I really want to, if there's anyone here from the creative arts, I really want to recommend to you a wonderful series that CakeNet did this year on the history of Afrikaans to celebrate its 100th anniversary as an official language, where they did separate episodes on Namakwalandse Afrikaans, Karoo'se Afrikaans, and Kaapse Afrikaans. A wonderful, wonderful series. In a city where Afrikaans, English, and Xhosa are so widely spoken, it's essential that residents can interact with their local government in the language they feel most comfortable using. Across our municipal offices, call centers, and service points, signage and documentation, we work to ensure that residents can communicate with the city in any of our 3 official languages. Inside our governance structures, language access is equally important. Interpreting services are provided at all of our meetings, and key recommendations are translated into all 3 languages to ensure that democratic decision-making is accessible and transparent. Behind the scenes, the City of Cape Town's Language Services Unit, or LSU, plays an important role in making all of this possible. Their work includes providing translation services and helping to expand the multilingual skills of our employees. These efforts may sometimes seem administrative or technical or behind the scenes. In fact, there they are happening at the back right now. But their impact is real. And I think that we should take a moment now to thank all of the language professionals across South Africa who provide these wonderful services, including this lady standing right next to me. Let's please take a moment to thank them. And I'm sure that you will be pleased to know, Minister, that in 2025, the city introduced a new functionality on our city app that allows deaf and hard of hearing residents to request emergency assistance without the need for a voice call. They don't have to phone our emergency call center. They can simply activate a help button on our app and help will be dispatched to them. In other words, access to language is also access to safety, dignity, and full public services. And now for some fun. Earlier this year, we had Language Activism Month, which we all know about. The city encouraged our residents to send in and share unique local words and phrases that reflect the character of Cape Town's communities. And in honor of some of those that we received, I spent a few minutes this morning looking through that list. And now I'm going to tell you about this conference in the phrases and words that we got back from the residents of Cape Town. So in honor of them, let me say, Awe, waar's dit lekker? Waar's dit lekker, julle? It's Monday, so I hope there's no babbelas here. Brew, I hope this conference is a jol. When it comes to protecting language, we must all dollar what we must. Let's not protect our languages just now or now. Let's protect them now. Ngoku, ixesha ngoku. We are all grateful for people telling us that we are divided. Our country is beautiful and ons is saam, né? We're all in the same WhatsApp group. Kwai. To those who disagree, shem. Jy's vrot. Have a lekker conference, kwai julle. So ladies and gentlemen, that gives you a flavor of how totally unique our language contributions and evolutions can be. Language is not static in our country. It's changing every day and evolving with every generation. My 10-year-old is already using words that I am not even sure what they are talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, South Africa's linguistic landscape is unique in the world. It is part of humanity's special heritage. It is part of what makes our country such a special and wonderful place. It is not enough just to recognize this heritage. The real work lies in strengthening our languages, expanding their use, and ensuring that they remain vibrant tools for communication, creativity, and knowledge. It requires us to recognize that language planning must be integrated into broader social and economic development initiatives. And that is exactly the theme and purpose of this summit. So I am confident that the conversations taking place over the coming days will help to strengthen these partnerships and chart a path forward for language development in South Africa. On behalf of the City of Cape Town, I wish all delegates a productive and inspiring summit. May your discussions be rich, and may your commitment to multilingualism be strengthened. Once again, each of you is very warmly welcome in the Mother City. Wamkilekile, welkom. Geniet die konferensie. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, know that ons verwelkom. Did I try? Minister is doing this. Hey, this minister. I would like then to proceed with the program, and indeed, Executive Mayor, Honorable Mayor, multilingualism is our daily reality. And thank you very much for sharing practical implementation steps that are being taken here in the Western Cape or in Cape Town. With that, ladies and gentlemen, now that we have been welcomed, I believe it is therefore important that we indicate that we are meeting here under the theme towards a unified national language landscape and action plan. And already you have heard the Executive Mayor setting the pace. It is also important, distinguished guests, that we indicate to you that we are hosting this summit as the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture in partnership with the Pan-South African Language Board. We introduced earlier on the chairperson and the CEO. I believe that some of the board members are also here. And also in partnership with the South African Center for Digital Language Resources, led by Professor Khumalo, who's also present here, Mzilikazi. With that, knowing that we are here with the partners and knowing that we are here with different stakeholders and role players, it is also important that we listen to different messages. These messages, again, are serving to set the tone, and they are going to be done in a form of different opening addresses that are going to be led first of all, allow us to welcome up to the stage our boss. He changes when we meet on the other side. He's not as friendly as you can see him today, but we do understand that it's his job. This is the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture in the South African Parliament, Mr. Joseph Maklua. A round of applause for him, please.
Program Director, Mr. Jordan E. Lewis, Executive Mayor of the City of Cape Town, the Honorable Minister Gayton McKenzie, Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, esteemed colleagues from Parliament and those from the National Council of Provinces, representatives of UNESCO, Pansalp, SADILA, and the House of Traditional Leaders, distinguished guests, cultural performance, and fellow South Africans, ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a responsibility to stand here before you today at the launch of the National Language Summit. This gathering comes at a particular time where I can describe it as a moment for South Africans that have gone so long in our democratic journey. As we reflect on the progress of our country, we are also mindful that this year marks 3 decades since the adoption of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It is my view that we not only assemble to discuss language policy, but to affirm the soul of our nation. Because language is more than just words. Indeed, it is more than identity, color, creed, or race. For some, it is about identity, heritage, and the bridge between generations. For others, it is about linguistic languages and diversity in its own right. When I received the invitation, I noticed that this summit is about diagnostic and commissions. Yes, but at its core, it should be about people, connection, language, culture, and diversity. It is about our heritage and how we break the yoke of different lingos. Talking about languages, I refer to isiZulu's powerful praise of poetry, isiXhosa's lyrics, Afrikaans literature and tradition, Sesotho's communal wisdom, and the ancient language of the Khoi and the San, the Ataqua, the Namakwa, the Griqua, the Damara, and the Korana. Each carries the song of survival. Each language has a specific belonging of identity. The question remains thus, have we progressed in advance the use of indigenous languages since the adoption of our unique constitution? What challenges remain in the implementation of language policies across government institutions should be asked? And what practical step has been taken to ensure that languages of our country is fully recognized and supported? Each language is a treasure chest, unlocking wisdom and memory, and together they form a living library of Mzansi. It forms a living library of an archive not written in stone, but spoken from the heart in rhythm and song. Language is the thread that weaves together our democracy. Without it, justice cannot be delivered, education cannot empower, and heritage cannot be preserved. The past has taught us without a board steering Pansalp, we've lacked strategic direction. Without a board, we've lacked oversight to promote South Africa's 12 languages. It is for this reason On behalf of the Portfolio Committee, I would like to express sincere appreciation to Minister Mackenzie for the appointment of a new board during February last year. The appointment has marked a critical step in restoring accountability, strengthening capacity, and reaffirming our commitment to linguistic languages, diversity, and cultural inclusivity. The committee stands ready to support the board in fulfilling its mandate, ensuring that the voices of all South Africans are heard, respected, and advanced through the promotion of our official languages. Program Director, a fair justice system requires that citizens to understand proceedings in their own languages, let alone speaking in his or own vernacular. Ladies and gentlemen, it breaks my heart when citizens visit police stations, hospitals, other governmental institutions, and become prisoners of their own mother tongue simply because the official behind the counter does not understand their languages. Children have the right to be taught in the language of their choice. Government must speak the language of its people, literally and figuratively. Therefore, this summit will do injustice if it does not call upon Parliament about the glaring lack of interpretation services. As a member of Parliament, we are deeply dissatisfied because we are unable to express ourselves freely in Portfolio Committee meetings in our mother tongue. The very essence of representation has been undermined. MPs are struggling to raise points of order and to participate meaningfully in debates due to language barriers. This is not a disservice to us as elected representatives, but it is a failure of Parliament itself, let alone in the people we are mandated to serve. Parliament must recognize that linguistic diversity is not an administrative burden, but a constitutional right and a democratic necessity. Until interpretation services in all committees are prioritized and properly implemented, Parliament will continue to silence voices and weaken the integrity of its own. As chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, I have seen PANSALP in the past. I've seen their efforts to address this, but to no avail. So there is a mammoth task left behind in this particular area. I have seen how language policies is often treated as technical and just another commodity. But today, let us treat it as human. Let us remember that behind every commission over these 2 days is a child in the classroom. Let us remember that over these 2 days of this commission is a patient in a clinic of whom the doctor don't understand the pain because of language barriers. A citizen in a classroom, a victim in the police station where freedom, fairness, and opportunity is just a dream. This summit must not end with declarations alone. It must ignite action. Let us commit to build and integrate the national language framework, resourcing institutions like PANSALP and SADILA to produce impact and not just words. I want to speak about the importance of language, and before I'm going to quote Nelson Mandela, I want to share the story after an insightful discussion this morning with the CEO of PANSALP, and he will better understand why I am sharing the story. My brother and I visited Mauritius to have some holiday, and we stood under a huge coconut tree. And in front of me came someone who sells nice fresh pineapples. And I said to my brother, bro, this one, I don't want to speak to him. I'm going to pretend that I cannot speak. You must translate. So as he rightfully find his way straight down to me, he said, I'm having something to sell, and I was like, And then my brother said, he said, no, he don't have money. And he explained, this is cheap, man, please buy it. And I said, he. And my brother said, no, he said not. And he said, please support me, man. And I am making signs again and said, ooh. And my brother said, he's getting very angry. He said, he's going to murder you now. So he looked at me and he said, yeah, he can get angry. I will murder him too. And we look at each other, and while we were standing, there falls a big coconut from the tree next to my head, and I was like, yo, this thing almost killed me. Eh? And he said, he can talk. So what is the message here? And the irony in this whole story is, he wasn't happy because I could have been killed. He was happy because I can talk. Now I want to say to you, Program Director Dr. Kumalo, and you, the Minister of Arts, Sports and Culture, I can talk. Nelson Mandela once said, without language, one cannot talk to people and understand them. One cannot share their hopes and aspirations, grasp their history, appreciate their poetry, or savor their songs. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The jury is still out on whether or not you are a good storyteller or not, but thank you for sharing, and more importantly, for leading oversight in as far as the mandate of this department is concerned, and you being here is highly and hugely appreciated. Amongst us, ladies and gentlemen, we have the chairperson of the National House of Traditional and Co-and-Son Leaders, Kgosi Thabo Siahlolo. Where I come from, we don't mention the names of Kgosis, but you will have to understand, Kgosi, because we are in another place now. I was told to say Kgosi Thabo Siahlolo. Please, ungangihlawulisi.
Ke a leboga Program Director. Ke tsena ko go dumedisa our Honorable Executive Mayor, Mr. Lewis, who is our host. Ke dumedise the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Mr. Mengklua, who's a homeboy from the Northwest. I'm also from there. Our Honorable Minister Mackenzie, who remains the glue of the Government of National Unity. Our Chairperson of the PANSALB and the Executive Director of SADILA. When I received your invitation to come to this session, I was already coming here for the Oil and Gas Summit because we are here to represent indigenous communities along the coast, both in KZN and the Eastern Cape. But I took a decision to prioritize this engagement because it is at the core of who we are as indigenous leaders. 2 years ago, when the Reserve Bank printed new notes, particularly in Sitonga, there was a huge outcry on the correctness of the wording because the indigenous people in Vembe felt that their language is not written correctly. However, there was a confusion as to which authority must correct the Reserve Bank because on the other hand, you have the language institutions that are here, but on the other hand, you also have traditional leaders and their communities who are also an authority on the languages because in terms of the customs and the constitution, of course, the custodians of cultures and languages. So I think at that moment it exposed that we are not working as closely as we should because our response was supposed to be well coordinated at that point, so that the banknotes in the Xitsonga language can reflect the people of Vembe. We are here to also thank our government for putting a lot of resources in preserving our languages through digitization and so forth. We are urging the department and the ministry to do more, specifically to focus on those languages that are going extinct, like those of the Khoi and San communities that the chairperson of the portfolio committee was referring to. We also want to see in our television programs different languages and not only the dominant ones as we are used to. The likes of the Ndebele people in Mpumalanga, they want to see their languages, stories that are told in their own languages because it brings pride in who they are. At a point where we will discuss the national anthem, we would also like to see more indigenous languages included. And also, Minister, those provinces which are just mere directions like the Northwest where I come from, we would like to see indigenous names that are being given so that there can be more meaning to what the province means instead of just Northwest. As we are embarking on improving our work during this summit, we are urging you to take our indigenous people with so that it does not only become an academic exercise. We have already informed Parliament that overall we do not see the indigenous aspects, particularly when Parliament is opening. The entire occasion is carried out in a British format, and we would like to see the opening of Parliament reflecting who we are as a people, and that is inclusive of our language. We are about to embark together with government on the national dialogue. And because the national dialogue it will be South Africans talking, we are also saying to the department that it must assist us as traditional leaders to make sure that this national dialogue is carried out in people's languages so that they are able to express themselves better. Remember, part of what the national dialogue is supposed to do, it's supposed to shape what we want to see as a South Africa in the next 30 years and so forth. So we are urging you to assist us in making sure that the people are able to speak in their own languages. Of course, myself, I am there making sure that the voice of traditional leaders and indigenous people is taken with. But it's a collaborative work that we are taking on. In closing, as royalty, we are urging all institutions in the room to embark on some track, some work in the preservation of our much valued languages of our people. Pula.
Hosi, we thank you. The message again is clear and succinct. Hosi Siahlolo says this should not be an academic exercise, and I do hope that as we go into commissions in particular, we keep that top of our minds. At this point, I would like to call upon Mr. Tsepo Maseko. As South Africans, we are all aware of the great milestone, albeit maybe very late, but still a great milestone that was reached in the country in terms of the incorporation of sign language as one of our official languages. So Mr. Tsepo Maseko comes from the South African Sign Language National Language Board, and I would like to give you the opportunity to now address us.
you see me okay? All right. Interpreters, can you see me? Good. Program Director, Honorable Minister of Sport, Art and Culture, Deputy Minister, Honorable Members of Parliament, leadership of PANSOL, distinguished guests, leadership of the language boards, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, good morning to you all. It is an honor for me to speak today on behalf of the South African Sign Language National Body. We would like to thank PANSOLB and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Together with SADILA for organizing this important national summit. This gathering gives us a chance to reflect on the future of languages in South Africa and how we can work together to protect and develop them. I have seen the work that PANSOLB does. It plays a very important role in our country. For many years, PANSOLB has fought for us so that South African Sign Language can be recognized. That all communities are respected and that linguistic human rights are protected. We must all recognize the important work that PANSOLB does in supporting the recognition and development of South African Sign Language. The recognition of South African Sign Language as the 12th official language in South Africa is a historic moment for our country and for the deaf community. For many years, deaf people in South Africa struggled to access education, healthcare, justice, and public services because their language was not fully recognized. The recognition of South African Sign Language is therefore not just about language. It is about human dignity, equality, and inclusion. Now we must work together to ensure that South African Sign Language is a fully developed and used in all areas of society. There are several important things we must focus on. The themes of this summer, such as language and education, language in justice, language in service delivery, and language in technology, are very important in the deaf community. All communities must put this in practice. South African Sign Language needs to continue being a developed language. We need to commit to developing it. Constitution, Section 6 within the Constitution, it reminds us of the practical steps to promote and develop all languages. This summit today, I really hope we can practice what we've committed to do. Each and every organization will commit to promote and develop South African Sign Language. Before I wrap up, I just want to say one more thing. When we focus on a language, we're also focusing on human dignity. Sign language development is very important. It needs to be respected just like each and every other languages. Remember, it is the language of a person. When a person learns the language, they learn everything about it. They learn the structure of it. And I hope that different departments would do the same. They would understand that a language is integrated with one's culture. So we hope that it will not be left behind, because we don't want anyone to be left behind. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much. You can run, I can see. Thank you very much, Mr. Maseko. And also thank you for emphasizing the issue of human dignity. When I was speaking in Zulu earlier on, as I was introducing myself, I felt very comfortable speaking my own language, because immediately you shift to a foreign language, which in this case is English. To me, I know that you start marking my is and my was, whether it's on the right place, whether I said has instead of saying had. But when I speak in my language, there is no such. So that dignity and the integration with my culture becomes very important. Thank you very much, Mr. Maseko. Ladies and gentlemen, there's the son of the soil amongst us. He is now 20 months into this job. But as we said about 5 months ago when we were introducing him in another event, he has indeed taken into this job like a duck to water. He has come in with a bang, unapologetic, full of purpose, with a clear vision to see sport, arts and culture and heritage thrive, shine and grow in South Africa. He has, I must say, been a breath of fresh air in a bureaucratic environment that can be very stifling. He was quick to understand the mandate of his department, and as an executive authority, as a result, he challenges, sets tight time frames, and follows up on progress. He is here today because he prioritizes anything and everything that is to do with his department. His name is Minister Gayton Mackenzie. However, please remain seated, Honorable Minister, because there's someone who's going to do a better job in ushering you up to the stage. Karen.
Over there in the distance, do you see what I see? A ray of new light. It feels like the wind might be shifting. It's been a long winter. I'm over the fire. And I'm so ready. My arms are open wide. Gonna let it out and let it in. Be innocent again. So ready to feel love in my life. It's gonna get here just in time. So maybe it's just wishful thinking. But aren't people talking and cheating so much? I'm hearing words like forgiveness, seeing heart, broken next, beginning to trust. Now I'm sorry, my arms are open wide, gonna let it out and let it in, be innocent again. So ready to feel love in my life. It's gonna get here just in time. So people get ready now. No. So ready for something, for some peace, for the hopeless ones on their knees. Oh, let the feeling wash over me. I'm so ready, my arms are open wide, gonna let it out and let it in, be innocent again. So ready to feel love in my life. It's gonna get here just in time. So people get ready now. Now. Thank you so much.
I hope you don't expect such a nice voice now. I mean, now you gotta make do with this voice after that voice that we just heard. Program director, DJ Stella Kumalo. I call her Cynthia. I always call people by names that they height. So when I looked through her CV, I saw the name Cynthia. And I asked her, what's your name? She's like, Stella Kumalo. And I knew she doesn't like Cynthia, so I didn't want the parents' wish to go to waste. So luckily for me, I only have one name, like a dog. So there's nothing I'm hiding. DG, thank you so much. Executive Mayor of Cape Town, Jordan Hill-Lewis, a man of action. I say that very begrudgingly. Yes, my opposition politically. You know, there's this competition that South Africans don't know between mayors to bring big events to this country. It's a big competition, you never read about it. And there's a lot of deals behind the scene that's being done. And there was 3 provinces that wanted the Driekers fight to come to the city. 3 mayors. And I said, guys, let's not talk now. Let's talk after the fight. He must first win. And all 3 agreed. 3 months passed. Driekers fought. 3:30 in the morning. 4:10, Driekers won. 4:11, I got a call from the mayor saying, can we talk now? I said, can I sleep, please? And that's the caliber of man that you are. Mr. Joseph Patlua, the chairperson of the portfolio committee, I must say that, although I'm always at the brunt of your of your sword, at the end of your sword, you're doing a hell of a job. You've changed what it means to be a chairperson. You're understandable, you ask questions, and you want solutions. And I want to thank you for that. Chief Siahlulo, I'm a great admirer of yours. Only one thing I do not like that you always do. You criticize even my boss in my presence. When I said with you and the president, you'll be like, no, but the government is... I'm thinking, can't you wait for me to go out? No, you are truly a man that fights for his people. And I want to thank you. And to all the guests present, there's so many people here that professors, I've never been in a room with so many professors. I feel like I have a degree already, just walking out of here. There's professors here. I saw that all the esteemed guests, everybody is an esteemed guest today. Let me tell you, before I start, I understand more than anybody in this room the importance of language. And I want to just regale you with a short story. When I was young, I grew up in a gang-infested area. And we were once arrested. I was very young. And we all lied because we were guilty, but we lied and say we're not guilty. But when we got to court, my black friends were found guilty. I wasn't found guilty. And the only reason why I wasn't found guilty is because of language. Let me explain. They will ask in English. My fellow accused decided to answer in English, which was the language of that specific court. And I would say, I don't understand English. I speak Afrikaans. So when the prosecutor asked the question in English, the translator, the interpreter, must first take it to Afrikaans for me. So I have like 1 or 2 minutes to digest and to test my lie. By the time it reaches me, I answer very confidently. And at the end of the procedure, the judge said, I'm innocent. Even in my demeanor, I answered the questions. I had nothing to hide. That's the power of language. Language is powerful. So before I begin my formal remarks prepared by my department, allow me to say something honestly here today. When politicians invite people to summits like this, many South Africans become skeptical, and rightly so. They think this will be another conference where people talk for 2 days, produce a document, and then nothing really changes, which unfortunately I've seen myself. It becomes a tick box exercise. I've seen it so many times. People come here, they just say, all right, we have 2 of these summits, and they have 2, and it gathers dust. And lots of money has been spent on it. I would like this conference to be something else. I would like this summit to speak openly, to speak truthfully, but most importantly, something must come out of here. It can't just be a document that's going to be put somewhere. Something has to come out of here. One of the purposes of this summit is to begin building consensus around a more integrated national language policy framework that can guide the country. This summit is not about diagnosing problems, but also building solutions through collaboration. You see, the language, people make a mistake. I went to speak at Limpopo University, and one of the bosses at the university was attacking government government doesn't take indigenous languages serious. And he was the second in charge of the university. And when it was my turn to speak, I said to him, Professor, I came here at 9 o'clock, and my talk was only at 10. I walked around your campus. Everything is written in English. So for you to attack government where you are in charge, I don't see one indigenous language. Now, academia, business, make the mistake of thinking government must lead this. No, we must create the environment like today and be guided by what comes out of here. So this will be an absolute failure if we live here and there's no clear, integrated framework of what happens next. Because next year, other professors will come sit here. So we will then, after 10 years, celebrate 10 years of having language policy summits. But it's the same thing every year. It's the same thing every year. I once remember one of my family's businesses at a mine. There was a fight between the two security guards. And when we called them in, the old man and the young man were fighting, and we said, why are you fighting? And he said, no, this man does not respect me. The young security guard has been working for 2 months. And this old man said, yes, you must understand, I've got 36 years of experience here at this gate. And the young man said, you've been doing the same thing for 36 years. Cars come, you ask for ID, and you let them in. And that is what we are doing sometimes. We come here, we do the same thing. To show you, a doctor once told me the importance of language. He says, as a medical doctor, language is crucial. He says, when a patient comes and that patient doesn't speak the language that the doctor speaks, or that patient must speak through an interpreter. Imagine you're in pain and you must describe to your doctor in a foreign language what pain are you experiencing. Our children, most of us in this room, when you ask your child the question in Sotho, they will answer you in English. You as parents, but you will not admit this here. You will fight for languages, but if your child uses a very big English word, you get very proud. My child knows. My son was saying one day to his mom, Mom, you're really neglecting your tennis rackets. And the mother was like, oh my word, he knows about neglect. I'm like, now, I'm mentioning that to you, that we have to understand how important this is. And I want to challenge the professors. I get criticized. And I'm going to use you an example that people say I concentrate more on sport and less on languages, less on culture. But let's be honest. The drivers of sport and the drivers of language in this country, the coaches, I'll compare them to the professors, because they both coach and teach people. The professors, you are too gentlemanly. I'm trying to find a word that's not insulting. You are too cordial and generous in your dealings. But sports people, they go for it. And the only way for government to listen, government listens to forcefulness. Government responds to enthusiasm. Use the power. You know, education can also be dangerous sometimes. And I say this with all due respect to you. Educated people are one of the most difficult people you can work with sometimes. Because they forgot what the purpose of education is. It's implementing what you have studied and not reminding people what you studied. You gotta implement the nights that you were sweating. And I'm saying this to motivate professors here to say, I don't have the tools to come up with a framework that can turn into a bill. I can take it there, but I don't have the know-how and the tools to do it. The soccer coaches don't have that. The professors in this room, that's why we've invited you. You have that. And for now, you have a minister that takes language very serious. So send me, roem, steer me, so that I can, instead of criticizing what we're doing, let me be your vessel. You know, I always say, and people would never admit that, ministers or powers that be wouldn't admit this. Shortly before we started at GNU, we had like this informal braais. But during those braais, they're actually testing you. So where do you see yourself, which ministry, so that they can tip off the president where your mind is at. And I remember in one of those braais, they said, give us two. Where do you think, Mackenzie, where do you see yourself? I said, well, you can start me there at Home Affairs. For obvious reasons, which we're not going to go into today. He said, no, but you must give us two. I said, because of my past, I think police, I'll be able to deal with these criminals. And then when they said, give us a third one, I knew this two is off the table. And I didn't know which third one. So I went on my WhatsApp group. Now I've got one thing that God has blessed me with. I've got very close friends. And I said to my friends on the WhatsApp group, guys, which other ministry you think I must put my name in the head? Like one man, they all said, sports, 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 sports. So I thought like, well, there must be something sporty and arty about me. And I mentioned that. It took me 2 months in the job to realize that my friends are cheapskates. They only said that because they wanted free tickets to every sporting event that is happening in the country. Now, the framework does not need to take long. People like long things, and this is the example. I want to contrast language and the pace. Even pens help. I want to criticize you because these gatherings are very important. It shouldn't, if it says twice a year, it doesn't need to be twice a year. It needs to happen 10 times a year until you have the right framework, the right document, the right policy. We can't be 30 years in democracy still talking about language. South Africa has moved on. And, you know, it is important that we take language as serious as coaches take sport. It should not be something uncool. Language is the coolest thing ever. Language is very cool. It's hip. Language evolves. You heard the mayor said he's 10-year-old speaking words that he doesn't even understand. That's how cool language is. Language evolve. Languages change. And professors, today I'm speaking to you. I admit frankly here today that I am not equipped with the tools to push and to add everything that's needed. But because you have studied, you have burned the midnight oil, give me what you put together and say, here's it. Make this policy. You know, to show you something about sports people, last year, I get a call from a sports person saying to me, Minister, you said in your opening speech that you are, the highlight of your ministry will be in sport to bring events to South Africa that has never been here. Why don't you bring Live Golf? I said, well, sure, let me see. I went on the internet, I called Louis Oosthuizen, one of the top golfers in the world. And I said, Louis, this was on a Wednesday. I said, Louis, let's bring Live Golf. He says, cool. I said, where's your bosses? He says, let me find out where they're going to be. They will be in South Korea this weekend, but I'll find out where they'll be next month. I said, why next month? He says, when will you come? I said, if they're there this weekend, I'm coming to South Korea. I jumped on a flight the next day. I met them, and they said, South Africa can be on the calendar in 2029. I said, no way. We want to be on the calendar 2026. They said, it's impossible. I said, that wouldn't be your concern. Leave it to me. We came back. I can tell you today, ladies and gentlemen, we put everything together. I pushed this team of DSEC. I pushed them to the last. I pushed them. Live Golf is happening this week in South Africa, in Africa for the first time. We have sold, as from yesterday, we've sold 86,000 tickets for Live Golf. We've got 54 of the world's top golfers landing on our shores this week. 54 of the world's top golfers coming. A VIP ticket is like 22,000. Tickets are ranging from 3,000, I think, upwards. Now, why do I make that example? I make that example to show you how forceful the people are when it comes to sport. Let us be equally forceful when it comes to our language. Let us listen to each other here. Let us make it cool. We must not be treated like you are not a child of the home. You know, when you visit people, you are even scared to open the fridge. You can even die of thirst. I'm not talking about myself because me, I'll open the fridge. But some of you here, you know, there's some people, they're so shy. I always tell my staff the story that I once met this young lady and she said, I really like you too, but I can't date you without you knowing my mother. I said, well, sure, let's go meet your mom. So I went to the house the first time. When I got there, she's like, Mom, this is my boyfriend. The mother says, oh, very unfriendly, but. So the mother went in the kitchen. So only her, me, and her mom. Where I was seated, I could see the kitchen from where I was seated. And the mother was dishing. The nicest smell came from that kitchen. And I thought, yeah, I'm going to be very happy. And the mother was dishing 3 plates. I could count the plates from where I was sitting chair. And then she was giving the meat, pap. But then I saw she took out cabbage. I said, from where I was sitting, I said, sorry, Mommy, I don't eat cabbage. She says, who said I'm dishing for you? So we are not all the same. And language is important. And I want to say today that I commit myself to be the person that is willing, and I'm challenging Pensel to say, when we meet next, there must be a framework. We must, corporates, academia, scholars, everybody in this country must move in one direction. And they must know this is how we move with languages. And we've got, you know what people don't understand in South Africa? We're living in the most exciting time again with the government of national unity. No, trust me, I'm not just saying that. The government of national unity, it's no longer how the ANC used to do things. There's a DA flavor, there's a PA flavor, there's a PAC flavor, there's an IFP flavor. We debate vigorously there to say, no. You used to do stuff like that. Now it's like this. And you know the GNU, we've turned the corner. You can look at the rand is stabilizing. We've got 10.5 million tourists coming. We're no longer speaking about load shedding. We've got the record levels of low inflation. Those things are there. It's not made up. You can go on your phone now and check them. That must tell you that we are turning the corner. We are not where we want to be, but we are not where we used to be. South Africa is exciting again. So bring new things. You know, the biggest test for me personally for the GNU was immediately after the election. When we formed the GNU, now you must understand one thing about the Patriotic Alliance and the DA. We fight. As we say, the young people will say, we beef. We beef all the time. And in conclusion, I want to share the story about language, how important is language and how language saved my life. So we formed the GNU. Now, I don't know, was President Ramaphosa just playing a joke or what? He set me right next to the leader of the DA, John Steenhuisen. So we seated next to each other. He's not saying anything, I'm not saying anything. And I'm thinking, I'm not going to talk to you. And he's probably thinking, I'm not going to talk to you. So we looking at each other, but we're not speaking. And then we got a call that we must go to Japan, both of us. So together with the deputy president. So I get my flight. I see, business class. I'm thinking, I hope the leader of the DA is also flying business class. Because if he flies economy class, I'm also going to go to economy class. Because he's going to tell the media Mackenzie flew business class. So when I got to the airport, I saw him coming. I walked behind him. And I was so happy when I saw he goes into business class. We get to London, to Japan. I got flu, a very heavy flu. And I must present on mining because Leader Gwede Mantashe couldn't make it. So I go to the chemist because I've never had such a flu. I'm trying, the pharmacist does not understand English. But worse, he doesn't even understand street world language. What is street world language? It's like, doesn't understand, even that he doesn't understand. Like he's a very stupid man. He doesn't understand English, doesn't understand world street language. I then realized if I don't leave, he keeps on saying, huh. I'm thinking, yeah, this man will give me birth control tablets or something. I must leave here. So I leave, thinking the flu is now between me and God. When I walked in the reception, I met Mr. John Steenhuisen. He says to me, Minister, you don't look well. I said, hey, I'm very, very sick. He says, wait right here. So I'm waiting. He comes back after 4 minutes, was half a pharmacy. He says, you take 2 of this, 4 of this, 3 of this. In my mind, I'm like, nice try. You're not taking me out so easily. I ain't dying here today. You are playing. And he gives me all these tablets with instructions. I get to the room with zero intention of taking it. I put it on my next to bedstand. And my flu got worse. So I took out my iPhone and I took a picture of the tablets. And I said it to my partner. I said, baby, if I don't wake up tomorrow morning, Please hand the Hawks this evidence. That Leader John Steenhuisen gave me this tablets at 6:10. They must go check the video of the hotel in the reception. He gave it to me. He killed me if I don't wake up. So I took the tablets. The next morning, I felt like $1 million. I was 100%. And since that day, I believed in the GNU like nobody else. So, somebody was saying to me in conclusion, Minister, Minister can just give you a speech and leave. But not somebody from my department. It was somebody from Pensel. And I thought, well, I can see you're not from my department because people of my department knows I'm not leaving. How will I learn if I leave? Ministers have this habit of always being in a hurry. I'm here today to tell you, I'm going to be here. I'm going to make notes. Let me learn of that degrees you always brag about. You even put a day behind you in the office. So that I can take your knowledge further, and you must hold me accountable because you have somebody here now and you don't have much time. Well, you know reshuffles happen all the time. So before the reshuffles come, I must make sure that I have done what I promised to do. I would thank the DSEC staff, the Pensel staff, the DG, Mr. Tanyani, everybody for putting this together. This is surely what this country needs. Awe, thank you very much. Kilebuile. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Mackenzie. We hear the message again loud and clearly. Minister says we must use him, colleagues, as a vessel. He says it's time now to stop sitting on the stands, but to come down onto the field and play and score. We've been given timelines. Our theme talks about producing an action plan. And for me, we have to deliver. Otherwise, my job, colleagues, my job, help me protect it. Thank you very much, Minister. We would like, before we break for tea, to also appreciate the role of the Provincial Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport that they played in terms of putting together this summit and working with us. Highly appreciated, colleagues from the Provincial Department. At this stage, we are going to take a short tea break, short being the key word. I would like to request that we take 15 minutes and we be seated exactly at 5 to 11. We request that you be seated exactly at 10:55, 5 to 11. And we will then, moving on from this scene-setting session that we just had from the morning, we will then engage with the professors, Minister. The professors, I saw the list, it's quite, and I'm seeing Professor Madoda Fikeni over there and a whole lot of professors. We really look forward to the next session. Thank you very much. It is time for tea and coffee. Thank you.
In front of you.
My Cape Town. Fast liquor, eats liquor. Fast your nanas, eats your nanas. You're so gracious, you're so gorgeous. My Cape Town, to my Cape Town. You're gracious, you're gorgeous. My Cape Town. So
Thank you. Thank you very much, Karen, for that round of applause once again. I think now we are ready to start. But there are numbers that are in front of you. There is a number that is in front of you. If you can take it and pick it up, so I can see every one of us has. There's a paper, small paper with a number in front of you. Yeah, take that number and put it inside this card here at the back, so it's visible. Those numbers will be used for commissions. So that number that you are having, it indicates that you'll be in commission number 1 or commission number 2. So put it here at the back, as no one is going to be allowed to go to commission number 3 when he or she has commission number 1. Are we good? Right. Once again, good morning, and as I said before, my name is Bosiso Tsanyane. I'm just going to be chairing this session, which is going to give, there's going to be presentations made. But let me start by greeting the Minister once again, and the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Sport, Arts and Culture, Chairperson of the Pan South African Language Board, the DG, the Acting CEO of PenSalp. Let me also stand on the protocol, our guests as well, the academics, colleagues, and friends. So as we have, since we started this morning, we have been given our marching orders. Those were from the Minister, the Executive Mayor, the Honorable Chair of the Portfolio Committee. And I encourage, as we start now with this session and going through to the commissions, that all of us participate, engage constructively in this session that follow, and to contribute to practical recommendations that can guide our collective work going forward. So in this session, we are going to be welcoming the guests that will be giving us the addresses. From our partners, we'll get diagnostic presentations by Prof. Langa, who is the Executive Director of SADILA, which is part of the research network of the Development of Science and Innovation. And then thereafter, some strategic thoughts from the Chairperson of the Pan South African Language, Prof. Makubo Badenhorst, who is a veteran PenSalp board member. We say a veteran because she's been there before, so she has some experience there at Pensalp. So during these discussions, the purpose of the summit should always be kept in mind, and that is to diagnose the state of the South African multilingual landscape across all sectors, and also to identify policy, institutional, and implementation gaps that exist, and also to build a consensus on a unified national language policy framework. And with the outcomes, we hope to derive from the summit the following things: sector-specific recommendations through the various commissions, and institutional reforms and legislations requiring amendments. Out of these discussions, we need a tangible roadmap for the national language policy with an action plan, milestone and indicators. And I think we have heard what the minister said here when he was speaking. We are not doing this for the sake of doing it. We need outcomes from this process. So with these few words, by way of introduction, let me welcome you all during this session for all the exciting engagements that we'll have. Now, I'm not going to read the profiles of our guests as they are written in our program. So I'll just ask that you go through them for your information, but we are going to have now Professor Langakhumalo, who is the Executive Director of SADILA, who is going to speak on the state of South Africa's language landscape. So, and then he's going to be followed by Professor Lolima Kubo-Badenhorst, who's the chairperson of Pensalp, and the topic will be towards an integrated national language policy framework. So I will then leave the stage. I'm not sure if, Prof, you will want to come up here, or you are fine there. Please, or you want to, no, you can see it from here, Prof, it's okay if you want, so that yeah. So thank you. Over to you, professors.
Honorable Minister, Gayton Mackenzie, Honorable Deputy Minister, Peace Mabe, I stand on the protocol that has been declared so that we can move on and save time. I will provide a brief background on the context of why we are here, and then sit on language a little bit. I know that I am talking to a converted church, and circle us a bit when talking about language and civilization, and then reflect on the last 30 years, and maybe provide a couple of pointers beyond today. Oh, my slide changed, but I will use them as they are. It is instructive, Honorable Minister, that March is the Human Rights Month. It is befitting that we are discussing inter alia language rights in the context of this Human Rights Month. It is historical that the Constitution of the Republic was signed into law on the 10th of December 1996 at a famous site in Shepville. Okay. The Constitution recognizes 12 official languages, including the Khoi and San, which are the heritage languages of this country. It commits the state to develop these languages in order to achieve parity of esteem between all of them. This is to enable their choice in the first instance and their use in all spheres of life. Today, Honorable Minister, you have rallied the nation to pause and reflect on what we as a country have achieved against these milestones that I have iterated. First, to achieve parity of esteem between all the languages. Secondly, for these languages to be chosen by a speaker and to be used in all spheres of life. So we reflect on this key constitutional provision. But why are we talking about language? We talk about language because we are human. And because we are human, language humanizes us. And I always say this, and I'm not going to tire saying this. In my mother tongue, it's in the bell. When a child utters the first word, that first word, it could be mama, it could be tata. The elders exclaim, "Sekugumuntu." It is now a human being. Language, in that sense, humanizes us. It completes us. We start using language to mediate the realities around us. So language is central to all forms of learning, and it starts at that basic kindergarten level. It enables knowledge generation. It enables knowledge dissemination. I argue in many of my papers that language, in that sense, undergirds civilization. It is that through which we use to civilize our people. Human progress, therefore, is framed around the state's view of the repertoire of its languages. And we have a constitution that reflects the accentuation of 12 official languages and indigenous languages of the Khoi and San. It affirms that. But do we reflect that multilingual state in everything that we do, in all spheres of life? That is the big question that DSAC has bid us to pause and reflect on. And hopefully upon this reflection, we are going to find gaps, and with those gaps, develop a plan to plug those gaps going forward. Language is central in carrying and conveying knowledge. Unfortunately, after the Second World War, it was weaponized. And I use that word very carefully. It was weaponized to suppress other ways of knowing. In other words, we don't care what the Khoi and the San know as a people if we don't elevate and use those languages in all of our functions. If they are still proscribed in certain areas, then that means in those particular areas, we are not affirming the people that speak those languages. So the proscription of African languages in what was introduced as a schooling system, the citizenship training that preceded colonialism, meant that the language of mediating knowledge was restricted to the colonial language, English, with the result that African languages were stunted, they were suppressed, painfully oppressed, and ultimately became de-intellectualized. As a result of that, we normalized the view that English equals knowledge. If I speak English well today, I know that that guy is good. Because English equals knowledge. And unfortunately, the use of African languages is confined to ritualistic praise and worship and other small spaces. Progress and civilization, therefore, comes through language. And I'm going to come back to progress and civilization. Khona into enzakala ngama-slide. Uzongitshela kahle uNtombi. The last 30 years, we have seen a lot of progress, colleagues. Our constitution in 1996 declared, as I have said, and affirmed indigenous languages. In 1995, amended in 1999, we saw the Pansal Act. That was another milestone. In 1997, we saw the introduction of language in education policy. In 2002, we saw the language policy for higher education. In 2003, DSAC introduced its own national language policy framework. In 2012, the Use of Official Languages Act. In 2020, the Language Policy Framework for Public Higher Education Institutions, which was a revision of the framework of 2002. And a huge milestone in the country, the Mother Tongue-Based Bilingual Education Framework in 2024. All of this is progress. But progress in providing framework for doing something, and for doing something in specific parts of government. And you will see that each department sees a gap and it says we are going to navel gaze and look at our unique situation and develop a policy for ourselves. It doesn't look at what exists. It doesn't look at how to synergize and complement what is already existing, but we are actually siloed, even in the functioning of the state. But the instruments themselves are nevertheless a milestone, because it says there are certain sections of our government that is worried and is framing its intervention on language and how to use language in a specific environment. It is clear that through all these instruments, we have affirmed all official languages. It is clear that we have provided legal instruments to support these languages. However, as the minister stated boldly, we have lacked the boldness to implement these pieces of legislation. And Kwesi Kwapra has characterized this as the pious articles of faith with no force. I'm not going to give any anecdotes today. I was tempted to. They are often eclectic approaches with no synergy or complementarity, and they bid us to move towards a more coordinated, more inclusive national plan that mediates all our sections of our society without leaving any to actually legislate itself. We need a middle of the road, comprehensive national plan that brings all key sectors of our economy together. That way, we will hold each other accountable. That way, we will move in synergy. And that way, we will do what Honorable Minister Mackenzie liked the most. We will be robust. We will be impactful. We will be action-oriented. It is clear that we have rejected monolingualism. That is the biggest threat to human existence. I could theorize about that, but I think I want to spare you a lecture. I could theorize about monolingualism. I'll spare you a lecture. But we have rejected monolingualism in South Africa. Through these pieces of legislation, we have said, no, we are not a monolingual country. Although by all intents and purposes, since morning, we have been pretty much monolingual. English monolingual. Well, with a good sign language. In the last 30 years, we have had good progress, Minister, in terms of human language technology development. And I know that the Commission on Language and Technology is going to iterate some of these in more detail, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to highlight that there has been work from Stellenbosch University, from Pretoria, from University of South Africa, from UCT and VETS, early on to develop speech-to-text technologies in all official languages. The CSIR, which is part of the SADILA node structure, has developed a lot of technologies that support the 12 official languages. CText, again, another node structure of SADILA, has developed text technologies, again, to support all the official languages in the country, and so on and so forth. However, these languages are still largely under-resourced. For the reason that sits on the right side of that slide, the uptake to develop large language models, or what we used to call corpora, started around the turn of the century in 1999 and were launched in 2000 at the University of Pretoria to develop corpora for all official languages. But look at the sizes. The data sets are so small to train any modern technology on them. But they are an important start. And they started promisingly in 2000, which means these corpora should actually be as big as we have been investing on them. But there is very little work that has gone in to actually augment that work. But we have a start. At SADILA and through our node structure, we have developed spelling checkers in all official languages. We have developed a text translation system, Achumatu, working with DSAC, funded by DSAC, Okay, is my time running out? But 30 years, to paint 30 years is very difficult in 5 minutes. I'm trying to paint a good picture of the last 30 years. And we have a lot of technologies, and I'll run very quickly. Part of speech technologies that we have developed to support the official languages in this country. And just last year, we developed an infrastructure system that seeks to support higher education institutions in making the data, the terminology data sets, findable and very, very ready for immediate use for all our learners, for language practitioners through the Lumi Links. And we have extended Lumi Links to accommodate advances that are taking place in the Department of Basic Education. However, on the slide that is on the right side of the slide, you can see how much progress we have made across our universities, and this is thanks to a colleague, Professor Tebo Gorahoho, who actually has this in a publication that he did last year in 2024. A very clear picture that paints how far the universities have actually embraced language development and have opened up departments or divisions that are actually driving language development in our institutions. There is the picture. For instance, the University of Cape Town, which is where our Council Board Chair and is sitting at #1, is heading the multilingualism project there. It has a Department of African Languages, and it also has a dedicated division that is looking at language policy and development. But the picture is not as consistent. I will quickly run through, we are developing also, we have a repo at Sadila, and you can actually go to that URL and you find all the resources that are available. I want to sit on this for a minute, and this is my concluding slide. I want to propose that as we leave tomorrow, we need to have a transformation or a transformative national language policy model that is anchored by, at the bottom there, policy. I was hoping to get the attention of the minister for this slide. Oh, thank you, Minister, because I want to follow that with funding. So it must be, the model must be anchored, as you see at the bottom, because it's an enabling system of the model. Policy, which is what we are going to come up with for the minister to take away tomorrow, or at least the framework to do that. Funding, which is necessary, and it oils the whole process of doing what we seek to do. For the DBE, and I know that my good boss, DDG, Dr. Naledi, is listening, teacher training. And for the Language Technology Commission, AI and language technologies. And that system will thrust us into the future. It is at the bottom. It anchors everything. But we should have inclusive multilingual economy, and Dr. Ngasana is listening in. We need to drive that. Without that, then that means we are leaving out key sectors of the economy, first as knowledge centers, secondly as potential clients of government. I like the silence in the room. And then, of course, we go back to structured bilingualism, but it must be preceded by mother tongue-based foundation phase learning. It must be anchored in mother tongue. Because, by the way, just so that I end positively, our children don't choose what mother tongue they have. It's not a choice. It is a travesty for our schools, for government to say, we are actually choosing which language this school can teach in. For a child, that is not a choice. Because language does not develop after they have been born. It develops while the child is in the womb of the mother. And that cognitive enterprise, once kicked in, it actually says, I am receiving knowledge in this language that I have already been wired in. The child comes to this Mother Earth, lo and behold, we dare say you are going to be taught in language X. When that choice has already been made in the development of the child as a fetus in his or her mother's womb. So it's not a choice. All we need to do is to enable the development of that child with the language that they present with. So the model seeks to accentuate that, as it is accentuated and affirmed in the Constitution. So all I'm saying is, let us follow the Constitution. Let us not be illegal, to put it very crudely. So we need to prepare for the digital future of South African languages. And we are going to see in the commissions, as we discuss, that we are going to anchor infrastructure as part of each commission, so that infrastructure actually is key in enabling that commission's focus. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kumalo, for that enriching and quite informative presentation. At this stage, I will then ask that Prof. Mako Badenhorst come to the podium to address us. Thank you, Prof.
I am challenged. I'm not wearing high heels today, Program Director. To the Minister, who is not a professor, and to the Chair of Portfolio Committee, angazi izwi lami namhlanje, my voice is failing me. Probably I need the DA's medication that you got in Japan, because definitely my voice is not like this. But I definitely would love to speak, to articulate well. Can I control it from here? Yes. I'm an academic. Please don't move it. No, it moved. And please don't touch it. I will move it. And I wish to stand on the protocol that is there. But in the name of all the professors that are in the house, ngithi away yini, ngithi molweni, ngithi kaites, ngithi ke kumnikazi wensimu nomnikazi wempuphu, uDG no acting DDG, ngiyabingelela kinina nonke. And let me not waste time, because I'm told that I have ngithi sanibona, goyemore, dumelang, lochane. Ndimachirone, yes, Ndimachirone, and iti abshene, niti kai ayos ginina. What I normally then do, I try to educate people, Minister. In isiZulu, Minister ungqongqoshe. Mangithi ngqongqoshe, you must know ukuthi ngikhuluma nawe. Ngidibwatsotsohle. I normally do this because people, when I buy my food at the shops, they want to, because my face is in the social media platforms, they normally approach me, and I always then say, that's why I have this slide, to say that we follow protocol, we observe protocol. All of us here have the role. Oh gosh. Animations are sebenzi la. That's why I always prefer. But anyway, that is the board and that is the structure. Ngengati, when I'm on the streets, using the township lingo and start asking me about the professorship at UCT, I've got nothing to do. Mangsekasi, ngisekasi, kiabua, ngikhuluma isiZulu. When I'm buying food at the shop, ke bua Sesotho. Don't say professor. Mauthi professor, I don't even look your way. Mauthi sihlalo webhodi, I don't even look your way. Ngoba, when I'm at home, ekas, I'm a wife, ex-mefroparenost. I'm a mother, ngu-auntie, ngu-sisi, ngiyikho konke. Kodwa ikhundla, all the accolades, I leave them behind. So please, don't talk to me in that lingo when I'm in that space. I know that I'm talking to the converted, but some of you are not converted. Please don't come to me with your problems. Nangu CEO Weapons Help. We deal with strategic matters. When you go higher than me, we are going ngqongqoshe. Ningalethi zonke inkinga zenu kumina. I always educate them that please observe protocol. I'm doing this on People's Minister ngoba. We are here to educate the nation. And here's the structure that I was talking and the roles, but I don't want to go there because I won't have time. That's the role of these people. But let me take you down memory lane. Kulabo benu. When I was introduced here, I was told that I'm a veteran. Maybe it's a nice way of telling me that in Google I'm old. I take it, I receive. Anyway, the fellow board members, they are relatively young, and I call them Mama 2000. And they call me a 1000. Yes, and I receive, I'm a 1000. But let me take Mama 2000 down memory lane, year to the 2000s. Let's travel back to the hot summer of 1993, where the first democratic elections, the multi-party negotiations took place. Some of us know. Thousands were dying in the political violence, but a small group of leaders locked themselves away at World Trade Center. We were somewhere there in the vicinity. We were in the struggle before being a professor. Mzabalazo siyawazi. Among other things, the things that they fought was the clause of radical. It would make South Africa unique in the world. And I'm talking about Section 6 of our Constitution. It didn't just tolerate our languages. It commanded the state to take practical and positive measures to elevate the status of our indigenous languages. Please forgive me, interpreter. I'm an interpreter myself. Sometimes I speak fast. Plus just tap on my shoulder if I'm too fast for you. I'm very mindful of that. And today we sit in this shadow of that clause with the 12 flags. But I want to focus, this thing doesn't, there's the laser. I want to focus on the languages. And I always correct, Minister, the people when they say, and the chairperson of portfolio, they say sign language or the South African Sign Language is the 12th official language. It is not the 12th. It is one of the 12 official languages. Because when I'm saying it is the 12th official language, it means that there's number 1, there's number 2, there's number 3. Please tell them in Parliament that no, it's not the 12th official languages. It is one of the 12 official languages. I fought for them as a language activist for them to be official. And I'm challenging also the current board, AMA 2000, that our mission now is to have this Umdali, this KKG, Umdali. That was the language that was used to usher the president. Akasazi isiQuntali sign language interpreter ungumtswana. Angazi wayengitolikelwa umtswana. But nevertheless, I want to say that to all of us sitting here, I know that some of you are converted, but not all of you seated here are converted. But I like this slide. I'm repeating the slide. And this is, may his soul rest eternal peace. If you know all the languages of the world, but you don't know your mother tongue or the language of your culture, that is enslavement. On the other hand, you know your language, and then you include all the languages of the world. That is empowerment. That is what we want, and that is what we are saying as Pen SALP. And please stop calling us Pen SLAP. We don't slap anybody. We are Pen SALP. You dare separate South Africa and put language in between. It's not Pen SLAP. Please, for Pete's sake, it is Pen SALP. That is what Unguki said in that one. Don't enslave us. Stala ngumthetho-sisekelo wethu. And ngena ke emxholweni. Emxholweni is in the sec. Umutswana ke awuyithi isiXhosa. Uzothetha sekapa but sithetha isiXhosa apha eKapa. Section 6, it's clear. I'm not going to say much about this. We have the constitutional mandate, and Prof. Kumalo has already alluded to all of these things that I'm talking about. And we have the national framework, and they use Iwola, official languages. That is a requirement, the government department, to use at least 3 official languages. But is the government doing it? We are watching. We sit and we toy somewhere. But some of them don't, some of them minister, they do. But let's hope this is what she is into. And the reality, the gap is that there's persistent gap between policy adoption and implementation. And I know that tomorrow the acting CEO will talk about the issues and what we are faced with, the issue of compliance. And then the translation is often seen as a grudge. They do that grudgingly, purchase, not an investment in access. And as Pen SALP will say that, please don't consider it like that. And that acronym, the African Indigenous Languages. When I say AILS, I mean the African Indigenous Languages are still sidelined in your science, business, higher education, judiciary, law. I see Professor Wakhalakhala is here. That is his TEF, Mhlobo one. And the DHET now requires the Department of Higher Education and Training at least 3 languages for communication, moving away from English. I know that me, with my colleague here, who is interpreting for me, it was not by choice that she's interpreting. It's not a UCT alliance. For the first time ever in the history of this country, a white monolingual university, we fought with her. I led that team. UCT, for the first time, has a multilingual language policy. Thank you for that. I said to the executive, fortunately, by the time I went to council, the council was already converted. And it was hallelujah. It is multilingual. Now we are in the implementation phase, but I'm not talking about UCT today, but I'm just telling you, just the shorts of what we are doing in our little corners. And the challenge isn't lack of will in this room, as I've already indicated. It is the lack of coordinated efforts or execution. And beautiful, complex, we have this puzzle, this beautiful puzzle. And the Section 6 of our Constitution dictate that we need to put together these puzzles. Hence, we are here, and we are super excited in this regard. And I like that I don't just put pictures for the sake of pictures. That arrow, you can see, I go beyond. We want to say here in this summit, it's a 5 years. But then we go beyond, because as South Africans, we don't live in a vacuum. We go to the International Decade of Indigenous Languages that ends in 2032. As a country, we have made tremendous strides, and I can attest to that. And if people say that they don't know, quote me in this regard. And the flagship, the mother tongue based bilingual education, we have that. It is a game changer. That was done in January 2025. I'm not going to say much in that regard. And why this matters. This is a cognitive justice in action. The 2023 rapid assessment confirmed that teachers are already code switching to teach, but formal assessment remains untransformed. This framework aligns teaching, learning, and assessment. I am a product of that. You know, maybe one anecdote. When I talk to my children, the first language speakers of English, when I'm talking to them ngesingisi, bayazi endlini we speak isiZulu. But when I pronounce the English word and I say bread, Brenda, they say, hi ma, ungathi bread, Brenda. It's bread. It's Brenda. Thi mina ngizokushaya empama uyowela le kahele. Ingane zethu azisashaywa manje, kodwa ezami ziyayazi impama yami ukuthi la sikhuluma isilokhu njani. Lubunjalo semanzi. And the goal is to ensure that by 2030, learners write and use their languages. I'm not going to dwell much on this one. This is our Northern Star. By North, angisho ukuthi isenyakatho ngempela, but it's a shining star, the framework, MTBB. It moves African indigenous languages from being just subjects to the medium of complex thought. When we think and when I dream, I don't dream in red, as the song says. When I dream in my mother tongue. I don't dream in a foreign language. You also dream in your language. But the education doesn't happen in a vacuum. A child who is taught isiXhosa, ngiqala ngesiXhosa kuba niseKapa ngoku ndiyathetha isiXhosa apha eKapa. In Sesotho Tshivenda, isiZulu for maths must arrive at university that accepts these languages as languages of scholarship, thanks to DHET for giving us the seed fund for us to make this reality come through. And this summit, starting from it, going up then again, I did say that in that regard. This is the slide, I'm not going to say much. Ukuthi xa sikhumsha, ha re bua Sekgowa, ke ra wena, ha re bua Sekgowa mo. English is not the first language in the country. These are the stats, you can Google them. It is the fourth language. As I'm speaking right now, I'm translating, I'm interpreting, and I'm using my 10th language. You can imagine what's happening in my head. Now you can imagine when you were going to the streets, when you're going to the classroom, what happened in the children's mind. At my adult life, I'm translating, but you want me to use English, isiNgisi, ngikhumshe, but look at the figures, they're there, kodwa ngikho lapho. The missing link. I'm glad that you're starting this and we will hold you accountable. The ungqongqoshe nosihlalo. Ukuthi-ke, Department of Basic Education, Department of Higher Education and Training, that is us, the government, including the public sector. I know that we did meet, Professor Somadoda Figin, Ape Vikini, with the public sector and the business. Faki imali uzobona, we need money. Faki imali uzobona. Because with the fiscus that we have, the shrinking fiscus in the country, we need to be creative as the people that are dealing with the languages. This is where the integrated national framework comes in. This is where we are. And I'm glad that it is happening. We cannot have basic education moving forward and leaving out the others, when the Department of Health is not assisting us in this regard and the others. But in 5 minutes, in higher education, these are the steps. Translate to graduate. Universities must immediately scale up the translation of key concepts and terminology for at-risk, they normally call them academics, at-risk modules into African indigenous languages. And some universities are already doing it and funded by the Department of Higher Education and Training. The postgraduate push, we must actively encourage and support the masters and the PhD students to write thesis in their African indigenous languages. When we're busy at UCT crafting the language policy, one of the professors, but I won't mention name, ngoba ngingase ngiphelelwe umsebenzi, from the engineering faculty, what there are no theses that are written in isiXhosa. Ngathi you wanna bet? It was at a Senate meeting, ngathi you wanna bet? Ngoba uma uhamba akhona ama-university, Eastern Cape iyodwa have got masters and PhD theses that are written ngesiXhosa. If you are monolingual, uthi wena awekho. Let me not say further. And the teacher production, higher education must align the curricula to produce teachers capable delivering this MTPPE. And action starts on campus. And if you want this isiXhosa, isiSotho, Tshivenda, isiNdebele, isiSwati to be languages of science, we need your masters and your PhD students to be written in these languages. Now I have about 4 steps, if you will bear with me. Actionable steps. The data, or data is the new oil. We must aggressively fund the development of digital corpora. Professor Langa Kumalo has spoken about this. Languages cannot. And build AI translation tools or chatbots for home affairs without digital text data. Train them on. And institutions like USADILA are key to this. Build, don't just import. We mustn't take from the other countries. Leverage local AI startups like Lilapa AI to create tools. And we cannot wait for global tech giants to solve our unique constitutional mandate. Our glossaries for all. I've spoken about the glossaries, and that is the technology. And the former Minister of Basic Education has indicated that AI is the vehicle for the success of MTPPE. And indeed, we agree that technology is not a threat. The people who are like me, abangama 1,000, listen to ama 2,000, because tina we are technophobia. Siyayoyika i-technology. Let us not be afraid. The threat that we have, as umhlungu ekhulumile, it's English, monolingualism. And I'm super excited that we are providing the interpreting services, because I always complain. Uma ngabe ungangizwa ukuthi ngithini ufanele ngabe ufakile imshini yakho. Hi, botolika, nami ngutolika. Ufanele ngabe ulalele uma ngabe ufuna ukuzwa konke engikushoyo. I move on now. The action pillar elandelayo, the public service. We had a wonderful meeting. I believe that Professor Osomatuta Figeni is somewhere in our midst. We had a wonderful, productive meeting with him. The actionable steps in this regard move beyond the lobby. The government departments must implement UYOLA. Minister Uthe Masilwe, ngicela ukulwa-ke namhlanje njengo-Pensalp, and I think the CEO will tell you, out of the 46 departments, only 10 are compliant. That is an indictment. And we are fighting as Pensalp. I'm pulling my fake hair out and trying to fight. And I can't do this alone. And I hope you will assist us, whether in MINMEC or elsewhere or in Parliament. They are not compliant. The figures and the stats, the acting Pensalp CEO has got them. We are fighting with them. They need to. But not just, we want to move beyond compliance. We also want them to perform as well. And professionalize the interpreting. And la, Slalo, we portfolio committee, I'm talking to you now, that please help us. We had this the South African Language Practitioners Council, and people are asking me, I'm saying I'm Pensalp, it is in ICU. How are you going to professionalize the translation and interpreting services when USALPEC, the South African Language Practitioners Council, is in ICU? Please revive it, resuscitate it. and the regional relevance. Provincial departments must finalize language policies based on demographics of their region. Ndithetha isiXhosa kubantu apha eKapa. Hakili Free State kubua Sotho. MaNgikwaZulu esifundazweni kondaba ezitha ngikhuluma isiZulu. Uma ngile eLimpopo ePolokwane ngiyabulela. Ndikho Ambachivenda. Mangisempumalanga ngikhuluma iSwati nesiNdebele, but we need to get used to that. For the average citizen, the constitution lives or dies by the language used in the clinic and the hospitals. Now, that picture there, I don't just put pictures for the sake of them. We need the balance. That is the last one. Basic education laws, the Bella Act. People were nervous and were in the media platforms, and people were against it. And I actually had to allay some fears. We must create frameworks where school communities feel their linguistic heritage are preserved while ensuring. Yes, I'm there. And Ubuntu Translanguaging, I saw my colleague, Prof. Makalela, is here. Ubuntu Translanguaging, I'm not going to say much. And it should be data-driven, as Professor Langa Kumalo has indicated. The most important thing, we would be naive to ignore the tension in Billa Act. An integrated framework doesn't ignore. It uses data and innovative pedagogies. And Minister, I'm glad that you said it mustn't be a tick box. The stakeholders that are here, the actionable steps, the government, the DSEC, ISALPEC, that is the revival. I hope the politicians will help us in this regard, because as PENSAP, we don't want to do it alone. Please revive ISALPEC. And the higher education, I'm biased because I'm there. I'm not going to say much. The business, I want to talk to the business. We know that the banks and everybody else, when you are withdrawing our monies, we are grateful to the banks. They are using our languages, but we can still do more. And the language practitioners, like the one who's interpreting next to me, move from being correctors of language to developers of language. In closing, in fulfilling that promise when I take you down memory lane at Kempton Park, you know we roll like a pencil, not to pen slap. And we stand at a precipice. For the first time, we have the policy levers, the technological tools, the constitutional imperative aligned, and the negotiators at Kempton Park, Lape World Trade Center, gave us a pen. It is our job to write the next chapter. Mawusebenzisa laptop, use your fingers, not the pen. The question before us is simple. Will we let this moment pass, or will we finally cash that promissory note? And the integrated national language framework is not a document to be filled. It is a bridge that builds that gap between English and our African indigenous languages. Let us turn ink into action. Ngalawo mazwi ndoleboa ngamanda na kenza ngiyabonga kai ayo bayatanki ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that. I think the clear thing that comes out of the two presentations that have been made is that there is a foundation that has been laid. I think in the engineering, even though I'm not qualified there, before a frame is put, when they are making a car, they start with a chassis. A chassis is like a foundation if you're building a house. So it's clear that we are not working from scratch here. There is something that has been done. And there is legislation. And when we look at the progress in the past 30 years, we can see that there are various legislations and policies that have been enacted or amended or formulated to deal with the issue of languages. And Prof, thank you for correcting us in saying South African Sign Language is the 12th language. It is not, but it is one of the 12 languages that we have. So I am going to hand the program now to Prof Khumalo, who will come to take us through the R commissions that have been put together, and Prof is going to take us through that, and I think that session will take us through to lunchtime. Over to you, Prof. Thank you. Thank you for your audience.
Honorable Minister, unfortunately we have more professors on the podium now. Colleagues, this is how we are going to do the next set of presentations. Because we are going to end up with a panel, I will call upon the speakers, and as they come and speak, once they are done, please don't go back to your seat. Just take the seat that is in front here, and we will take up the last session of the discussion while all of us are already sitting here. And the DG has requested me to manage time, and I have promised her to do that. Ngoba umakoti ngeke ngize ngiqamba amanga. Yabona lonto. Angisoze ngikwazi ukuthi ngiqamba amanga, so ngize ngicindezela. Nonke nizoza ngalama phambili ngizolicindezela impela. Ngicela ukuthi nibambe isikhathi sisheshe so that we can go back on track with time. Excuse the translanguaging there. Phela ngeke bloke sidlala isingisi sodwa. So colleagues, I will start by calling our first speaker. Can I be excused not to introduce your profiles, because then it will take another 5 minutes to read your profiles. Can I just assume that you can, in your preliminaries here, introduce yourself if that is important, but I think we will try and use the most of time. The first speaker who is going to talk on language and the justice system is a good brother of mine, a good friend of mine, Professor Monwabisi Halahala. While he's coming on the podium, I can add a couple of anecdotes about him. He is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academics at the University of the Western Cape. Let me end there.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Professor Khumalo. We appreciate this opportunity to be part of this very, very important gathering this morning. Minister, Deputy Minister, in the interest of time, I also want to stand on the protocol already, declared earlier on. I have prepared a couple of slides just to provoke you so that you can understand the challenge that we are sitting with, especially in the criminal justice system, which, for your benefit, Minister, dates as far back as the 17th century, if not the 16th century. When the Dutch East India Company arrived in the Cape in 1652, they brought along a body of knowledge, a written body of knowledge, a written body of laws, as well as the Dutch language. So you can't hear me? All right, thank you. So when the Dutch East India Company arrived in the Cape in 1652, they brought along a body of knowledge knowledge of laws, as well as the Dutch language. And throughout their rule during those days, of course guided by the local variety, which was Afrikaans, which is still Afrikaans, these languages became the dominant languages in our criminal justice system. Now, the exclusive use of Dutch, along with Afrikaans, was threatened by the British then. And of course, with the British conquest and its subsequent invasion in 1806, you could begin to tell that the English was in our space already. Now, it gave us a clear indication later on that the justice system was administered through the medium of English and Afrikaans at a later stage. Now, if you look at these political arrangements, you could also tell that they did set the stage for the linguistic framework of the criminal justice system in our country. Now, ever since then, I want to emphasize the period. We're talking 16th, 17th century. And I'm worried that we're talking again and again and again, as you've mentioned earlier on, that there must be some kind of change in terms of giving a clear recognition of our languages across domains, including the criminal justice system. Now, if I move on, I'm going to make a couple of remarks, and Prof. Kumalo, please stop me along the way. I give you that permission because there's a lot to say about this. 10 minutes is too little if one were to go back to the 16th, 17th century. I would want to highlight the argument that I've been making in the last 15 years about the problem. And I would also like to pick up on selected cases, some of the information you might have interacted with in your space. And I would like to make a statement about the textual analysis very briefly and pick up on related literature, implications for access to justice, further exacerbating the problem, which is what we know, the issue of the disconnect between policy and policy implementation. Prof. Makubu made a point about that. And of course, the statement which created a bigger problem by our former Chief Justice Mogoeng. And I will end off by making a point about our major problem, hence this discussion today. The first argument which I would like to offer you, which is a very important argument, is that language is central to any of our business. And I think you've managed to pick this up, from one speaker to the next since we started this morning. So our understanding of a particular language, our command of a particular language, our knowledge of a particular language must be up to scratch. If it's poor, it goes without saying that our understanding of the world around us will be poor conceptually. It's a simple statement. And I think from one speaker to the next, we learned that as well. Now, if you take this further to the criminal justice system, I've always argued that law is a linguistic matter. And if you care to know, we have now pushed the agenda in the domain of forensic linguistics, which is language and the law, where we feel that lawyers must get the benefit of language as they do their training, if they are to be holistic in their practice. So the statement that you see there is highlighting that, to say this is an interdependence, this is some kind of interconnectedness where you begin to see crime, you begin to see the narratives, because our stories, the stories that we tell to the police are narratives, but they are not ordinary narratives. They are legal text which talk to our fate, especially for those of us whose English proficiency is low or non-existent, which is a major problem. We are also guided by a particular model, which is informed by translation. Whether we're looking at interlingual translation or intralingual translation. In South Africa, we have a serious problem. We translate from English to English. We translate from Afrikaans to Afrikaans when we get to present our statements at the police station. And you will begin to see an interesting development where English is translated into English and Afrikaans is translated into Afrikaans. Sometimes isiZulu being translated into isiZulu. So these are some of the dynamics, linguistic dynamics that we come across. Now, in most cases, I've highlighted just a few, common assault under domestic violence, which is an example, housebreaking and so on. These are common cases that we come across as we visit the police, which is in most cases an entry point before a matter is discussed with prosecution and a determination is made as to whether they will go forward and prosecute. Now, what is interesting about these cases doesn't seem to move. It's eating on my time. Okay, all right. Point taken, Chair. Right. So, the one observation here, for those of you who might have visited any police station, you might have been embroiled in a crime of some kind. You will notice that there will be a pre-statement. A pre-statement is police talk or police interviewing, where the police officer will engage you in terms of trying to understand what might have taken place or what might have transpired during that period. Now, what would normally happen is that when you look at that record and compare with the actual statement, the record will give you roughly 4,335 words. And the actual statement, which is a legal text, will give you roughly about 184 words. That is a legal text that ends up with the prosecution as well as the investigating officer. Now you can tell me immediately that there is a major disconnect between the police talk and the actual statement. And in most cases, evidence gets lost in translation. I'm not going to bore you with the literature, but this is not a South African problem. You find this problem in Australia, you find this problem in New Zealand, you find this problem in Switzerland, you find this problem in the UK. So that's what the literature is suggesting. What are the implications of this in terms of access to justice? I think it's important to understand the importance of a sworn statement. This is an important legal text that determines your future. And if you can read it for yourself, it determines your plight or your fate. And in some cases, some people are in jail who are not supposed to be in jail. Others are loitering our street who are supposed to be in jail simply because of a statement or a sworn statement. As you can see, the importance of a statement. Fast forward In 2017, Judge Mogoeng created a stir for South Africa. As you can see, this made headlines when he suggested that English will remain the only language of record in South Africa, which created a bit of a shift from bilingual setup into a monolingual setup. In other words, excluding or sidestepping from Afrikaans completely. Now you can begin to see that our courts are honoring English more than any language in the world. So this is the statement, and imagine being, declared by a Chief Justice. What else do you expect? Prof. Kumalo, you spoke about the legality of this process. We did write to Judge Mogoeng, and this is how he responded, but we question the constitutionality of that statement. We question the issue of a right to a language and the right of a language. We also question the interest of South Africans in terms of this. We even questioned whether there was any language audit done, to determine what this meant for South Africans. The policy in the department is another problem. As you can see, what I've highlighted in this policy is what I think is presupposition, which is a problem. Now, it talks about practicality, which is a major, major impediment in this country. It talks about the expense, the resources. This is information that is contained in the policy within the justice system. It talks about the needs and preferences of the population, as if our country speak English only. As I conclude, again, the issue of presupposition keeps haunting me as I look at this work. I just want to end off, this is a response by Judge Mogoeng, but I just want to highlight the reaction by South Africans. It will take less than a minute. If you can play that for me from the back.
With 11 official languages, we would only use firstly a European language to translate judgments that are that important. I mean, constitutional court judgments affect almost everyone everywhere in the country, and the layman needs to be able to get it in their own mother tongue.
The problem is a valid one, but the response could be debated. On the one hand, I agree that precisely because of the various languages used in the country, especially as mother tongues, it poses potential obstacles in terms of access to justice, already on top of the materialist obstacles towards accessing that justice. But I think other alternatives must be sought in order to help overcome these obstacles.
The Honourable Chief Justice does appear to have a point in respect of the pragmatic effect. It would then begin to make sense to one that court officials, i.e. presiding officers, magistrates, judges, and chief justices or justices of the Constitutional Court are learned people. Most of them have received their course content, the lecturing thereof, in English, or they are verily able to understand English, whether or not it is their mother tongue. So therefore, in an attempt to tighten the purse strings, if you like, I am apt to agree with the Chief Justice in this regard.
As much as I understand where he's coming from, I also think it's unfair, and it would actually make all of these cases inaccessible to those who would want them but cannot read English. I think it creates a lot of how can I put this? I think it creates a lot of problems down the line for those who can't read English. I mean, if they can have translators translating in court, then it should be easy for them to also transcribe those cases in the mother language it was at least presented in.
Prosecutors and judges send innocent people to jail.
Thank you very much for listening. I think we'll pick up on this at our commissions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. As we go to the next speaker, Professor Leketi Makalela is going to talk to us on language in education.
Molweni, sawubona, dumelang, abshene, goeiemorgen. Okay, it's already good day. I've just seen that. Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, protocols observed. In case I run out of time, but I promise I won't go more than 10 minutes. Previous speakers have already said, I think one key word that we hear is mother tongue based bilingual education. Professor, the 1000, my friend Loli, have actually said a mouthful around education as an anchor for this cultural competence, what you call the languages that the people have. Until and unless there is an investment beyond the borders of the government ministries, this is the thread, this is the anchor, this is the nucleus for all the kind of issues that we need to resolve in this country on language. And I'm here, I want to also say, she spoke about a North Star. We have got, in the Department of Basic Education in particular, you have got a thought leader, a champion, a trailblazer, a practitioner, who for 10 years piloted mother tongue based bilingual education. And now as a Deputy Director General, Dr. Naledi Bude Mehana, who I think if this moment is missed, would have missed what would actually move this country forward, where she single-handedly managed to get the Department of Basic Education to rally around mother tongue-based bilingual education. That's the most practical way in which African languages can be developed to become the languages that we need, because education is at the heart of linguistic development, what you call acquisition planning. Everything that you do is about getting these languages to be used, and education occupies such a massive space. Dr. Naledi Bude Mehana, I don't know if you are here, if you raise up your hand. Okay, she is here, she is here. But one of what comes to me directly is the Department of Arts, Sports and Culture to actually own that, because the asset of the language belongs with the Department of DBE, and Department of Higher Education will not have the capacity. They are the implementers, but the real owner, custodians, is this department. So I'm very excited to be speaking to issues of language in education. I just have a few slides, but I'm going to house my conversation around this. There are two elephants that are sitting in our classrooms, and there's a vicious cycle. We talk about epistemic access, that our students do not fully understand, deeply digest, meaning making in their classrooms. We have got epic failure because we have adopted monolingual bias. We have adopted one language strategy coming from many, many years that I wouldn't go into, but epistemic access and identity affirmation, the nature of who you are as a multilingual person, you are necessarily failed because you don't have confidence, and you also the pathway of coming to know. That is why when we talk about failure rate, we are speaking about students that have got this cultural competence which is not valorized. And the reason for that is very simple. ladies and gentlemen, we need to decolonize multilingualism. Oftentimes it is said that when you say we are a multilingual country, but whose multilingualism are we talking about? And what does it serve? Why are we having this epic failure in the higher education sector after 30 years? Because the kind of multilingualism that we have adopted is very much vertical and isolating. It has nothing to do with the linguistic realities of many Africans. And here we give an image of the city of Johannesburg, the small street, and the city of New York, the Wall Street. What you have in New York, you have got a kind of multilingualism. All languages actually spoken on this little rock called Earth. But the way that they are spoken, they are isolated. A Spanish speaker speaking to another Spanish person. An Arabic person speaking to an Arabic person. But then you go to Small Street as a symbol of that. Languages leak into each other. They hug each other. The Ubuntu, the potpourri of languages that do not know the boundaries. So the challenge, educationally, we have adopted vertical multilingualism. And in our policies in education, we have not come to think about the interface, the relationship between these languages in as far as meaning making is concerned, from the point of view of the mind of a multilingual person. Right. The central language in education challenge, therefore, is very clear that although we say we have progressive language policies, but our education system have heavily remained monolingual, despite the pretensions of multilingualism. The key structural issues are early transition to English. For many, many years, many African children have to make this rapid shift in grade 4, even though it doesn't make sense to anybody. No cultural sense, no linguistic sense, no political sense, no sense whatsoever. And we carry this throughout, which is why the exciting development in the basic education is, for the first time in the history of this country in 2025, children set for science and maths bilingual assessments or examinations. And that is the possibility to be leveraged going forward. Weak literacy foundations in African languages, that children cannot read for meaning in the African language, the languages that they speak. A limited use of African languages as languages of learning and teaching. And one of the miracles, Minister, which is mind-boggling for me, you can be in an African university in Africa, learning a degree, learning content knowledge. You're going to serve African people who speak African languages, but you graduate in that degree without having learned an African language formally. That is abnormality that we have normalized. It doesn't happen anywhere else. Okay. In the 1 minute, the result is that we have persistent inequalities. Therefore, all the work that this department is doing falls flat, because if in education that isn't happening. Literacy, the false alarm here that 81% of children don't read for meaning, but actually it's not quite true. What is being read in isiZulu, in Sesotho and African languages masquerade as those languages. We are reading through the logic of English. The need, therefore, is to decolonize the African language itself. The missing link is what we call the logic of African languages. In teaching African languages, even at universities, we are using the logic of English to do so. And that has become quite a massive indictment on the African languages themselves. The DHET has tried with so many incentives, millions pumped into the higher education system to incentivize universities to teach or to bring African languages as languages of science, of scholarship, and so on. But if you look at our teacher preparation guidelines, what we call the Mr. Tech, what it says is that you need to have one home language and you have additional language at conversational competence level. That's very weak, because that does not support the spirit of one's ability to teach in more than one language, or knowing the methodology of teaching more than one language. Universities trying as far as they can to have what is called multilingual pedagogies, but this is very, very slow phase. Strategic priorities program director, just to end here, is that moving forward, we require a coordinated national action. One, mother tongue-based bilingual education as an anchor for language development. Mother tongue-based reading literacy. I know there's a huge debate today about phonics and morphological awareness, but the core of bringing African languages out of English dependence is to build reading programs that are based on the logic of those languages. Otherwise, it's mission impossible. But very importantly, the DBE has also gone into what they call the ECD, language nutrition, the mother tongue. In the ECD programs, you know that they're all English-based, even in the remote rural village so far. That's very important, and this is the work that needs to continue. Scientific standardization of African language terminology, and then teaching African languages the African way. It is for this reason, therefore, call upon us to go to the moon, not because it's easy. We go to the moon, Minister, because it is desirable to preserve our cultural competence. Education takes a huge pie in terms of acquisitional planning. Therefore, this department is, the summit should, in my view, put education, language in education, very, very high, so that we can develop the languages and have equitable outcomes. Thank you.
The problem with sharing your friends' papers is that even when you tell them that it's 1 minute, they think you are joking. Language and heritage, Dr. Spongile Masuku.
All protocols observed. Sanbonani. I'm very lucky that the chair of the session is Kumalo. He's my uncle. So he'll take kindly to the issue of time. I actually have already decolonized my title. I don't call myself doctor. I call myself Solwati. First of all, I just want to, I'll quickly run through some of the legislation that guide heritage in the country. To start off with is the 2003 Convention, which we are signatory to, and to also allude to the fact that we started working on intangible heritage long before the convention came into force. We also are working very closely with ACALAN, the Academy for Languages in the African Union, and we actually, in South Africa, organize Language Week, which raises awareness on African languages. We also have two legislations, the National Heritage Resources Act of 1999 and the National Heritage Act, the National Council Act, which are very crucial in promoting intangible heritage, because culture and heritage, language is quite embedded in those two legislations. I will touch on some of the problems that we're experiencing in terms of the link between heritage, culture, and languages, but I will not dwell on the problems, because I think we've made quite a lot of progress in the country in terms of addressing the disparities within the heritage landscape and also addressing the issues of languages. As you've already seen, the number of legislations that have already been put into place to make provision for the implementation of languages in the country. We see, of course, a dominance of English and Afrikaans, and we also see, we understand that over 80% of learners are taught in a language that is not their mother tongue. And there's also historical legacy of inequality in terms of how the language is distributed and how it's implemented. One hard fact I'd like to communicate is that we cannot do away with English, but we must aim to decenter it as a medium of communication, a medium of learning, a medium of instruction, and a medium of fun and play. And in order to transform the landscape, research is very, very important, because you need to change and transform what you already know. I'll dwell in one area which is we are very busy in working around. It's the cultural and creative industry. The cultural and creative industry is a very important anchor of language. It's very important because we cannot teach to employ. We have to teach to make sure that our students become entrepreneurs. And language also provides the space for our children and our graduates to begin to create jobs. And language, particularly when you look at the music industry, is a platform for communicating our values. I would have loved to do my whole speech here in Siswati, but unfortunately we don't have all the translators here to be able to allow me to speak in Siswati. But I'm just going to say that there's this song in Siswati which goes like this.
Mine nganzi nzumtsheli bobabe ingabe mine bengiyephi ngitamtshela linamandla bayitshela.
This song is simply saying that as adults we have a role of ensuring that our young children do not end up at the end of the day saying we needed guidance. We needed pioneers to ensure that our language is promoted. Language also begins to promote our values, to talk about our values, talk about our standing in society. And language, actions inform how we develop language. My grandchild, when it's his birthday, he gets a birthday cake. He's 4 years old. And he calls a cake now, birthday to you, because it associates the cake with fun and a birthday. So the cake is birthday to you. So he's asked me to bring him birthday to you. So I'm encouraging Minister that when we talk about language, we need to fix the airplane while it's in motion. The next summit that we should have, all speakers should be speaking in mother tongues, and we should have translators, all of them interpreting. Because it's quite strange that here we are speaking English in a summit promoting mother languages. We need to force ourselves, because if we're going to be role models of promoting our indigenous languages, we need to struggle and work through that we speak from one word to the final of our speeches in our mother tongues. I think I'll first of all quickly look at the foundation phase. My research was on foundation phase, looking at indigenous knowledge. One of the issues that we need to look at is the communication between teachers and parents. Teachers' associations must happen in mother tongue. and those in education who deal with the SGPs must monitor this process and ensure that all the decisions and discussions that take place are in the mother tongue. Children at foundation phase, when we were young, we used to have a lot of rhymes. Lela lifulela, mantente lazane. Now it's all cocomelon. So we need to move also into developing programs on TV. Not necessarily cocomelon, but programs on these rhymes and everything to do with child development, and move away from Miss Rachel and cocomelon. At basic education level, we need to be moving towards ensuring that teaching and learning materials are developed in mother tongue. And encourage, 2 minutes, Malum. Oh, Malum. When it comes to museums, we also need to encourage. Minister, I was a chairperson of Amazwi and the budget is very low and it's a provincial museum. We need to take out of being a provincial museum and become a national museum and have an impact nationally. Also the Museum of the Deaf, it can't be locked at Makanda. It needs to begin to be, what they're doing, their programs must have a national stamp. They can't be provincialized. So Minister, isandla epoketheni. As a minister. Minister, when it comes to radio, radio is a medium of promoting languages and it's neglected. We need to begin to be using radio to promote intergenerational learning. Not all the elders are using TV and watching TV. So, and language, and radio uses mainly language. So we need to be playing a role there. When it comes, I'm actually an environmentalist by profession. And when we talk about heritage, we're also talking about nature and culture. Minister, and all colleagues here, our species of flora and fauna, most of them are referred to in Latin names. The interpretation is done for our schools in English. That needs to be changed. We need to be embracing a lot of these indigenous names. For instance, the calendars, the months are in Siswati. They have names that are related to the weather. April is Mabasa, which begins to say it's that time when it starts getting warm. June is Intlaba, it's the time when the aloe blooms. So we need to be teaching and understanding our flora and fauna instead of promoting Latin names. And I'll come up with one controversial issue on this one, on languages, because we're talking about languages broadly. If languages put bread on the table, we must begin to also look at other languages like Mandarin. Mandarin, if we're looking at the population of Chinese that visit our protected areas, they don't speak English. They speak Mandarin. So after academic education and basic education, we need to begin to put money into developing a language that brings bread on the table and decenter English. A large population of our visitors in parks are from China. Finally, the churches there. God in Siswati is Mvelingandi, the one who arrived first. He's also called the one-legged one, Mlendengamunye. Churches is the place where English is spoken most of the time. We need to get into the churches and promote the speaking of our indigenous knowledge. Minister, Swahili is an important language for Africa. In our academic institutions, we also need to be able to speak to our fellow brothers in the continent. Let us look at Kiswahili. On that note, Minister and colleagues and everybody, and our chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, I thank you. Thank you, Uncle.
I think, Minister, now you appreciate how difficult my job is. I have umakoti, I have abashana, nginabangani. How do I navigate that? Nondun. Colleagues, Dr. Susan Nasan.
Thank you very much. I think I'm going to adopt myself kwakumalo, kwamtu. Maybe give him Shana or something. So I'm at 2000 in education. Chronologically, I'm at 1000. But in education, I'm at 2000. And I just want to say, when I started the schools, I have schools, they're independent schools, but the whole idea of Future Nation Schools is to work with government. So, we work with the National Department of Basic Education, with all the provinces and so on. And one of the things I wanted to do, for instance, just have a small contribution, was to stop and not teach Afrikaans at our schools. Because we live in a community where I thought Afrikaans, we have a campus in Soweto and another campus near Alexander. The parents were up in arms. They said, you can't stop Afrikaans because Afrikaans puts food on the table. That's what the parents said. So, but when you come back to business and this issue of language, we all know, if you speak English or Afrikaans in our country, you have more opportunities for economic participation, for access, for earning income, for making a living. It's not the same when you speak any of the African indigenous languages. So, it's been said by a lot of our speakers here today that when it comes to indigenous languages, African indigenous languages particularly, yes, you find it in local markets and where, you have informal traders and so on, but that's not where the big money is. That's not where the big money is. Big money is going to be found in areas, obviously, where trading, where business is done in the language of English or otherwise Afrikaans. So even though we have 11 official languages, we undermine our own languages. And I just want to talk about something here, which, even today, more than 30 years down the line, in business, particularly in mining, we still use Fanagalo. And the issue with Fanagalo is this. Obviously, it has a colonial past. We know a lot of people who lose their lives, who've paid with their lives simply because they didn't understand the language around safety and security in the mining operations. And so this issue of language in business is really, really important. So in retail, I come from KZN. We see Fanagalo in retail. Sorry, I sort of jumped the slide, and I still wanted to talk about, so this issue of the epistemic violence against our African indigenous languages is a real issue, in business. And as I was saying, we see, and a lot of speakers, before me have spoken about how Fanagalo was institutionalized, particularly in the mining sector. And in fact, because Fanagalo is mainly about 70% isiZulu, and then we have English and Afrikaans in Fanagalo. Essentially what it said, when you know that a lot of people who work in the mining sector, particularly in underground, come from Mozambique, Malawi, the Eastern Cape, various parts of our country. Essentially, what this did was to create a situation where isiZulu is sort of regarded as a better African language. So in other words, we separated our people, and it was part of segregation, and it still continues even today, where, I've even seen, there are even rap songs today. You can go and check out on your YouTube or TikTok, I mean, latest safety and security videos that are used by some mining houses, where, Vimbalongozi, Koga lo PPE gawena. And when there's a rock fall, people are going to pay with their lives. And then, the language that's going to be used to say people must get away of danger or of harm's way is fanaglo. And sometimes they just don't understand. And a rockfall happens and people die. So I'm just putting this issue because it's quite an important issue, because we can talk about language and maybe we're losing money, maybe we're not making a living, but there are a lot of people in our country, in our continent, who actually pay with their lives because of this issue of language. I talked about this, briefly in my speech, but the most important thing that I think we can do is really, I think government must take the lead. The South African economy is an 8 trillion rand economy. Trillion rand with a T. And when you think about it, government, the budget that was announced by Minister Godongwana not so long ago, is a 2.4 trillion rand budget. Why are tenders, government tenders in this country, only issued mainly in 2 languages? In English and in Afrikaans. Because if they were issued in all of our African indigenous languages, you can imagine, there's a whole economy, not just of translators that we see at the back there, there's a whole economy that we can develop around developing and growing our languages. And you just take that 2.4 trillion rand that Minister Godongwana announced a couple of weeks ago, and you just take away salaries. The procurement part of government can actually ride and drive significant investment in our languages. And if you look at this, the language of business, alongside what Professor Makalela was talking about around mother tongue-based bilingual education, where we standardize, we train our teachers in our indigenous language, we develop terminology and lexicology and so on, then we can actually even grow this economy that is battling to grow. And I think for me, it should start with government investing, our own government investing in our own languages. And we shouldn't do this apologetically. We should do this as a matter of significance that's going to drive, our economy, that's going to get rid of this issue that our children can't read for meaning. And in the process, we're going to grow our economy. Thank you.
Azimbekela ngikuthandela ukuthi wena usikhomba la kunemali khona. The thing that I like about Dr. Nxasana, Honorable Minister, is that he points us where the money is hiding. Colleagues, while the interpreters are changing hands here, I need to announce 2 things. I have been made aware that there are actually interpreting services. So for those of us who want to speak in our mother tongues in the room, and I'm going to start with Afrikaans because alphabetically is the first language. You can speak in Afrikaans, there will be interpreting services into English, into Nguni languages, into Xitsonga, into Tshivenda, into Sesotho. So feel comfortable. Secondly, I have seen that Dr. Naledi Mbude Mehana is now in the room. She was taking a ministerial call a couple of minutes ago when we looked for her. I'm not going to ask her to raise her hand as Upra Leketi asked her to do. I'm going to ask her to stand up so that we see her. Dr. Naledi Mbude Mehana, please get up. I know that I promised Prof. Leketi that I was going to do that at the end. That's the lady who is transforming education at a very foundational level in South Africa, basic education. She's driving the mother tongue-based bilingual education framework in South Africa, and we are very much behind her in that effort. And I think a couple of speakers have already tied their presentations to that particular key effort. After Nonduna siyabonga ukusongela isikhathi siyabonga kakhulu. Can I request Dr. Ntutuko Bengo on language and health sciences?
The neighbors to my right are the Kumalos, Minister, Deputy Minister, officials of the Departments of Sports, Arts and Culture, Pencil, fellow panelists, colleagues, good afternoon. I have been tasked with representing both myself and Prof. Brenda Digama in today's presentation, basically about language and health. Yeah, language, it seems obvious to say, but I think when one breaks it down, it becomes evident that we aren't doing nearly enough to facilitate healthcare interactions, which will enable us to reach the real desired reasons for those, which are improved health outcomes. Now, language is important in terms of making sure we understand medical terminology. Even if you do share the same language between the health service provider and the patient, the gap in terms of understanding each other is difficult to start with in terms of terminology. You can imagine if even the language isn't shared, but that's exactly what is faced by all of us. The one thing is we are all patients too, so we do know what we're talking about. One of the most important concepts in healthcare consultations is consent, not consent, informed consent. Now, if you imagine this, again, with the language being a barrier, one can imagine that a lot of healthcare interactions, if you were to say, is consent really informed, you'd find that most of our interactions are basically not founded on understanding and informed consent. Diagnoses, adherence to health and safety, all of those to be successful depend on mutual understanding of the language. And this goes to the heart of rights, patient rights and equity. And in South Africa, of course, we aren't just looking at 12 languages. There are obviously a whole lot of a variety of languages from the rest of the continent and other countries. But you will find that in terms of healthcare service providers and their capacity to interpret as they should is significantly limited. Now, what are factors that influence a successful consultation? I mean, if one looks that the English dominant terminology that is the one that is spoken mostly it excludes many patients for reasons that we've heard already. Indigenous languages do lack equivalent biomedical terms. By biomedical terms, yes. And then, of course, the misinterpretation. There are lots of medical terms that just don't have equivalents if one looks at our indigenous languages. Examples there, for example, is benign. How do you start sort of describing that if you do not share language? And of course, hypertension is also difficult, but we do try and talk about high blood pressure, high. Those are just attempts, but it's still nowhere near enough to facilitate a successful consultation. And then you look at culture. Again, even if languages are shared, if the language of instruction is shared, but culture really also just does play a role. Now, if I do not speak the same language as a patient, you can imagine what is lost in translation, even if you do share the same language. I think Professor has also made example about her communication with her own children, and obviously maybe their understanding of the language is certainly more, but it may have been an example of pronunciation, but I can tell that my son thinks in English. And that's just, obviously we come from different education systems. So culture is very important. And this is certainly much worse if you think of mental health. Along with other non-communicable diseases, mental health is rising in South Africa and globally. Now, the additional complication with mental health is that more than any other medical condition, it relies less on what one can call technological metrics. Let me explain what I mean. If I say you have diabetes mellitus, there's pathology to prove this. The normal blood sugar should be about 5.5% millimoles. So if it's 20, 12 or whatever, then there is additional proof, even if we don't quite understand that proves you've got this. Mental health is significantly disadvantaged simply because there aren't really a lot of metrics that prove beyond reasonable doubt. So the dependence on language is even certainly more important there. And not even language, again, culture. If you're speaking to a patient, and let's say my language is English, the patient talks about hearing voices. In their culture, they are talking about maybe how they perceive or communicate with their ancestors. In English and psychiatry, that's one of the most prominent ways to arrive at schizophrenia, for example. It's a big problem that I'm very much excited that efforts to address these are taken seriously by our host today. Some of the studies that were done in Gauteng, word recognition study showed about 19.5% understood English medical terms, but in home languages, that rises significantly to about 90%. And other studies, of course, here in the Western Cape have been done in terms of interpretation. Only 6% consultations have got adequate interpretation for patient. We can imagine what how serious that is. There are many other barriers here. Also, that came up in some of the studies: maternal health, mental health. We've spoken about primary health care. All of these, you can imagine in emergencies, for example, where understanding is absolutely critical, and we have a language problem, for example. Migrant health, there were studies also done regarding cross-border migration and antenatal clinics involving Congolese, Somali, and Zimbabweans. You can imagine how all of that becomes a barrier in successful medical consultations. And symptom severity, but also one of the most significant needs for successful consultation is trust. And it's very hard to see how a patient can gain absolute trust if the issue of understanding is compromised by language. And I will just speak about patient information leaflets. This very long papers you get in your Panados or whatever medicine, it's just hard to understand even if you can read English. It's very small lettering, no braille, no order, no audio, but all of these are supposed to be helping us. So one also can't just speak enough about vulnerability of those who are deaf or hard of hearing. But then the question is, what do we need to look at? There are no interpreters. And I'm now talking regularly at a health facility. So misdiagnosis, there is no surprise that the errors that are related to medicine or inadequate provision thereof are so high in a country that is as diverse as ours is. And colleagues, with that, I will just also quickly refer to clinical trials, the entire process that leads us from research to the sort of medicines that are coming. You can imagine, right at recruitment stage, you do have communities that are excluded purely because they can't participate in the studies because the language is a serious barrier. So ultimately, even when you have solutions, they are still restricted in types of communications that are there. I hope that part of our outputs here will influence what's in National Health Laboratory, language framework, which they should be. The National Health Act is obviously the Bible, as it were, in terms of health, but there is no provision that speaks specifically to language. So one hopes that some of the outputs here will influence that. And some of the recommendations will obviously try and tackle as part of our output that will be represented by Prof. Brenda tomorrow. With that, I'm mindful that you're unhappy with me. But thank you very much. But I was told 20 minutes.
Oh, he had 20 minutes. While Prof. Eustace, who is my predecessor at SADILA, and they are putting up his slides, Honorable Minister, I just wanted to tell you something. I had an English doctor in Durban. I'm now in Northwest. And I had a headache. And I'm waiting in the room and I'm translating in my mind, I'm telling myself that. But I need to tell the doctor so that he fixes me. So I walk into the doctor and I'm sitting across and says, Langa, what's wrong with you today? And I said, I have a very severe, debilitating headache. And he said, hey, all headaches are painful, so what's wrong with you? Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Eustace Rowe.
Minister, Deputy Minister, all protocols observed. Thank you. Thanks. The idea is it's a short presentation just to give you an idea of what language technologies are all about, but without being technical whatsoever, just in a very broad sense, and then furthermore as a guideline of an introduction of what we're going to do in the sessions following this. So language technologies is also referred to as human language technologies, or latest more as just language technologies. It's a branch of computer science and linguistics from whatever view you view this, that enables communication to take place between humans and machines. Now, we know that communication can take place in a written, spoken, or graphic multimodal mode. And the applications, there's a wide range of applications, language technology applications that already are already permeating all works of life, all walks of our lives. Not so. I think you could just think of it from your GPS to machine translation systems, various categories as such. It's with us. It's going to be taking, and it's also cross-cutting across all the domains that we are listening to today, whether it's in education or medicine, etc. Language technologies plays a role right through all of our daily lives in any case. So, and I think the interaction that we are speaking about, the nature of that is becoming gradually more pervasive as with the advance of AI. Just some of the core components of a LT application, language technology application. On the left hand, language resources. Let me just go down there. Text, speech corpora, big multimodal corpora, data management systems, terminology systems that have to be developed. Perhaps there's also, looking at that, the question that will also come up in the South African context, to my mind, is also what is the role played by media, and how can we get media, which is printed media and spoken media, radio stations, the SABC, really involved in supplying data for us to build these big data models. You've seen it previously. These models are very often, the resources are under-resourced, and there's a great need for this. But then also, we will always just have to remind that these are criteria. The data should be authentic, real data, and not created data for specific purposes. It should be representative of whatever field you are in, and it should not be non-biased. On the right-hand side, the application of technologies. Basically, the main technologies that play a role here is automatic speech recognition, speech synthesis, machine translation, natural language processing, and artificial intelligence, AI coming into this, etc., etc. Some of these technologies conflate some of these and support one another as you build applications. The applications that are built is we find this all across. Speaking with your house, setting on the lights, voice indicated, machine translation systems that we've received. So it's pervasive in all aspects of human communication. It's supportive in nature, support in daily lives, all across these areas, but it's also instructional to advise you interactively how to do, what to do, when to do, etc. Then, to end off, Mr. Chair, the whole point is that we're looking at the group that we're together this afternoon, or later on, the templates which were provided by the organizers, that we'll be obviously looking at sector overview, policy related here, the institutional landscape, every time specifically focusing on language technologies now. Then views on language technology and innovation, the role of terminology and terminology development, capacity development, which is also from an academic or from a development research or development domain seen, capacity is a problem, and we must also get these areas going. And then we'll end up with some strategic recommendations in this regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Prof. Eustace. That was language and technology. Last but not least, first, Dr. Ambassador Ruby Marx with Prof. Somateta Figeni as you see him walk up.
Thank you. I want to use just 8 minutes to reflect on international best practices that I was involved in and in 2 of the countries where I served as ambassador of South Africa. And so my talks reflects in a very concrete way on my own practical experiences on mother tongue writing and effective social engagement in Sri Lanka and in Benin, both countries who uses official languages, the colonially imposed languages, respectively English and French. Now, as ambassadors, one of our key objectives is to export aspects of our constitutional mandates, and in this particular case, one that is derived from our own struggle to achieve linguistic democracy through the development of language policy that recognizes multiple languages. And so, soft diplomacy, utilizing language and culture as a key part of our diplomacy, is very important for us on the continent and in the world. Briefly, my insights are drawn from the process of having written children's books in local languages that, although widely spoken in the home and in villages, were derided and scorned as shameful and embarrassing to speak. I worked in countries where children were forced, for example, to wear a sign around their necks that outed them as stupid, as ignorant, and as backward for speaking their own mother tongue. This is a type of violence to mother language expression that I think is particularly unfortunate, because speaking mother tongue language then becomes a form of cultural resistance. And so I developed storylines with children and with community members that resulted in books that were written in mother tongue languages and that I was able to successfully lobby support for from respective education ministers. And so I'm happy to say that in these countries, these children's books are now available in 6 mother tongue languages and in all libraries in schools in the 2 countries where I served. The first time in those countries that indigenous languages were used in a participatory way to tell stories contained in a book. But I went even further than that, because it's not just enough to have a book published in mother tongue language amongst communities who can speak it, but seldom read it. And so we recorded the books in mother tongue languages that children could listen to. I cannot overemphasize enough the importance of dignifying mother tongue language in written as well as spoken form. I should add that I'm currently working on a children's book which will be published in Afrikaans. And because if you were to ask me, waar kom jy vandaan? What is your usukapi? I would say to you, Afrikaans, which is the language of my heart and of my soul and of my mother. And so it's extremely important that we dignify languages. And so I was quite pleased to see that President Ramaphosa endorsed and supported the launch of the Afrikaans dictionary that will coming up shortly. And so I'm here to say that it is indeed possible to develop strategies that effectively utilize social engagement processes for language policy development. So let me share some insights from those practical experiences. When we talk about national language policy, it usually sounds like something decided in a quiet boardroom by people in suits. But language isn't just a policy, it's how we argue, it's how we live, and how we understand and interpret the world based on our own lived experiences. If we want a policy that actually works, we have to stop treating diversity like a problem to be solved and start seeing it as our greatest resource. And I'm pleased that this is something that we are already doing. So I want to talk about how we can move past what Minister Mackenzie had called just ticking a box and actually get people involved in the processes. The first thing we need to do is to change how we view the people the policy affects. Instead of treating citizens as subjects we study, we should use approaches such as participatory action research. It sounds technical, but it's simple. It means the community isn't just answering questions, they're helping to design the questions. When people are involved in data collection and in analysis, they don't just follow a policy, they own it. For example, when I used the mother tongue instructor for social engagement, we went to communities where we would gather under a mango tree in Colombo or a village square in Benin. We were literally working from the ground up, and it worked. But we also have to admit that a one-size-fits approach doesn't usually fits no one. We need to get smart with stakeholder mapping. This means identifying the specific needs of teachers in rural schools, the fears of marginalized groups, and the insights of community leaders. We can't just have one big community meeting and then be done. That is performative consultation with very little substance. We must tailor our strategies based on the different needs and interests of our stakeholders to ensure that all voices are heard. But we also need to flip the existing pyramid. For too long, language policy has been top-down, central governments dictating terms to everyone. But we know that this fails because it ignores the reality on the ground. We need a bottoms-up approach. The best policies reflect the needs of the students and teachers who actually have to use them. If the policy doesn't work in a crowded classroom in Hanover Park or in Khayelitsha, it doesn't work at all. So how do we keep the momentum going? We create communities of practice. Think of these as collaborative hubs where people share what's working and what isn't. This is especially vital where resources are tight. We also need to meet people where they are, whether that is through focused face-to-face interviews in rural areas or using digital tools and social media to catch the younger generation. The goal is to make sure consultation isn't a one-time event, but a continuous conversation. To wrap up, a national language policy shouldn't be a wall that shuts people out. It should be a bridge that brings them together. Most importantly, we must break the glass wall between policy speak and policy do, and move from diagnosis to concrete actions to ensure effective grassroots social engagement and ownership. We must restore the dignity, humanity, and pride in all of our home languages. I want to end off just by being a little bit provocative and preempting tomorrow's declaration. I think that perhaps a good start to the end of this conference would be to call the summit declaration, Minister Mackenzie, to call it the Hurikwaho Declaration. Because in Khoi, it's the word in Khoi that reminds us that we are in a city where there's a mountain in the sea. It's a Khoi word that gives us meaning, that will give our declaration location, and that will give us the energy that will undergird our intention. Thank you very much.
We have the name of the declaration.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Honorable Minister, fellow panelists, dear colleagues, Molweni, Sanbonan, Dumelang, Abshe, Dimasiar. What does one say when you are brought at the very end of so many illustrious speakers? Because as I was seated there, each speaker spoke and I had to cut off part of what I was going to say. The next one came, was cutting off, and I started suspecting that, Minister, I was being brought here, set up to do a benediction because everything is done. So I stand here. I'll share the PowerPoint, but I have no power to share the PowerPoint on the screen now. But I still hope that the few things I'm going to say will still carry some power. I think after these speakers have spoken, it's fair to say I have nothing to say, but I'll take my time to say so. And I was also worried when people were coming to say, Kumalo, you're my uncle, you're my cousin, and so forth. And I said, hey, don't try this, because with closer people, they'll say, who is your grandmother? Who is your wife? Until you triangulate, until you get a relative. So, so I got worried. They just stopped at saying Kumalo. You know, we would have gone further. Your wife, your grandmother, your in-laws, until things are aligned. It is 50 years ago that the country was in flames because of the imposition of language. And 50 years later, English has almost decimated most of the languages. With the Internet of Things, AI, and the content issues, that marginalization has become even worse. Because for the most part, as I've been saying for 10 years, when you are not on the table, you often end up in the menu. If you are not on the table of determining the content, the content of languages, the content of policy, in the Internet of Things, in the AI content generation, in the algorithms, you'll always end up in the menu. That's why it is important when you have forums of this nature that even if you do not have a seat on the table where things are determined, bring your camp chair and force yourself into the table. I once hosted on 2 occasions actually Ngugi wa Thiong'o, that ultimate warrior for mother tongue. And I was quizzing him on something that Prof. Nkondo once mentioned. And Ngugi would just laugh without giving me a direct answer. It is said that he was invited into an international conference in Berlin, Germany. And he was the main speaker. Thousands of people had converged there to speak on the issue of mother tongue. Without notifying the organizers, Ngugi went into the stage. Event was televised live, and he started speaking in pure Kikuyu. There was no translator. No one was warned. They were sweating. They were trying to do sign languages to say, can he not pause? He didn't pause. He went on. And after a good 45 minutes, he stopped. And he said in English, I have prepared the paper in English. However, I wanted you to experience what the other world experiences when you speak your language without taking due consideration of what they are hearing. So for the most part, full participation of citizens in any democracy, full participation of citizens in any commerce, full participation of citizens in any politics, often involved and is mediated by the language used. If English becomes the dominant language, people will mistake being smart with English. In the interviews, people will confuse content with how you roll your tongue in English. Sometimes the intonation. If you come with a heavy accent, they doubt your intelligence, even if the job content has nothing to do with accent. During COVID, most of the messaging, even medicine, even science, were in English. This was an existential crisis for every one of us. 92% of people who do not speak English as the first language had to understand it via English. And maybe if you have a grandchild, to be translated to. That's how you disenfranchise people in any democracy. And their participation becomes limited. In the last elections, out of almost 40 million eligible voters, we only had 16 to 17 million. There is a legitimacy crisis because, not only because of the service delivery failure, but also because the government officials, the political elite, are speaking in tongues which people cannot understand. I'll just touch on a few things and sit down, Kumalo. You won't have to suffer tracing relationships. When you meet with the German ambassador minister, he speaks 4 South African languages. And when you meet some of our visitors coming from Ireland, coming from other countries, within a month, they will have learned to greet. They will have learned to say thank you in your language. They'll have gone to Soweto, to Cape Flats. But sadly, our own fellow citizens struggle with just greeting. And I wonder what that says about our collective psyche as a nation that is striving to have, chairperson, a social cohesion in society. If you travel to Ethiopia, you travel to India, you travel to China, there are airlines. This is a pre-recorded message most of the time. They'll speak in their languages. They'll give instruction, safety instruction, everything. They'll even crack joke in their languages. And they laugh first. When they've finished laughing, then they come to English. Then you have the second wave of laughter because they are patriotic. But in South Africa, the problem is we are a numeric majority but a cultural minority. We've reduced ourselves into a minority, even if the numbers are that big. Now, the other issue I want to raise here, I helped the judge presidents, they were having a workshop some years back, one of the problems they had in terms of the case flow management was the one of translators. And they said, what's the problem? He said, no, it's not even. It's a problem with the translators here. You want somebody who speaks Siswati or Afrikaans, you end up, the Department of Justice gives you a person who speaks Sepedi and so forth. That, they said, is not too much of a problem. But here is a problem. You have a person who at one stage was running a pharmacy and one running a school. And they were foreign nationals. But once caught, they insisted that they need translators in their own languages. And now the magistrates and the judges say we end up being frustrated and say, suggest whoever can translate. And the question is, if you were in pharmacy, how were you dispensing your services without knowing any of the local languages? And those are public service challenges that sometimes we come across. And even when you think you have found a translator broadly for that language, let's say Kiswahili or Urdu, Hindi, Gujarati, they say, no, there is a certain sub-dialect that I need. Then I was asking the judges, why then don't you start with the first question of how the services were dispensed, if that language knowledge is now lost? But we can trace all these challenges to the attitude we had at the transition point. Culture, heritage, and language is the DNA of any society, of any identity, of any culture. It is the software. But at the point of our transition, we said culture does not matter. We will focus on the infrastructure, we'll focus on science and technology. Even at the universities, humanities were being closed down. Then today, when you have the collapse of values and principles, which were transmitted through languages, we are asking ourselves why. Culture collapses, family structure collapses, then you end up with a normless society. So in the Public Service Commission, I've asked that we partner with the language institutions and we partner with your department, Minister, on how we turn the situation around. How at the Forum of Constitutional Bodies, Prof. Makobo, we could make AG, we could make Public Protector, we could make Human Rights Commission, we could make PSC to see the issue of language as a social justice issue. How we approach our national flag carrier, the SAA, to actually pre-record the languages in all their fullness, the same way other people do. Now, here is another injustice which ICASA should be looking at. You get, as I wrap up Kumalo, that license which says public broadcasters, we're paying license, you'll speak in different languages. Community radio, you are given this license to speak in Chivenda. When you listen to those stations, you just hear Fanagalo. A station has asked for a license to do Afrikaans, but when you listen to that Afrikaans, most of the time it is English. It's worse when it comes to the indigenous Khoi and San languages. And the question is, For languages such as Nama, why do we struggle when Namibia already has that set and established if it is a challenge? For language such as isiSwati, because you have more Swati in South Africa than Eswatini, where it is a national language, Setswana, Sesotho, and so on, why can't we partner with these neighboring countries which already have developed where we have been fading away? So those are some of the things, but ultimately, if we are to say, Batupile, people first, it is in our constitution where it says, even in the preamble, correcting the injustices of the past, bringing dignity to people, and it goes on to give the dignity of language that people should be engaging in. And I want to close by saying that it will take not one event, Minister. It will take partnership with a department such as Basic Education, Department of Communication, when we talk of AI governance, as to how we infuse the content creation part and the languages. Because this, in essence, is the very essence of how people can participate in the public life of society. Thank you very much.
I think we need to give a round of applause to the program team, because that's exactly why they had Professor Dr. Fikeni at the end of this session. And for somebody who didn't have anything to say, Honorable Minister and colleagues, we are supposed to be having a panel discussion. That will take our program beyond the time that it has allocated for this session. Can I exercise the power of the chair to change things a little bit? I am not going to detract from the questions that I had prepared for the speakers. And for the benefit of the audience, I will put the questions to my colleagues, my learned colleagues here, and request that they take these questions to the commissions for the deep dive. I think the silence is saying, go ahead. Okay. The minister was not going to tell me to go ahead. He was always going to get the cue from you guys. Remember, he's a politician. Nonduna. I can see him. Where is Dr. Sister Ngasal? He has gone. Okay, we will put the question to, by the way, it's Tarazelo Zake Ngononduna. I will put the question to okay. He was all by himself. Okay, I'll send the question to the commission. I'll skip that question. And Professor Halahala, one of the eminent judges in South Africa wrote in 2004, and I quote, "The importance of language rights is grounded in the essential role that language plays in human existence, development, and dignity." Are we making progress in centralizing language rights? What are examples of these rights? Are they obvious to every citizen? Or we were so yoked that even after breaking the yoke, we remained fixed in the norms of the past? Dr. Masuku, Mshana one. One of the eminent educationists wrote in the Mail and Guardian of 4 October 2013, and he had this to say: virtually the entire economy is now organized on English terms, and therefore the chances of success are much greater in the colonial language. Black parents prefer to have their children study in English. No matter what politicians say about indigenous education or the Pan-South African Language Body about language rights, black parents make the right calculation. And my question to you is Pan-South wrong or are black parents right? How do you explain this conundrum? What are the steps to emerge from such a rut? Prof. Somato Tafigeni, the last speaker. Your friend, I presume, Achille Mbembe, in 2025 stated boldly that colonialism rhymes with monolingualism. Is it helpful to aspire for English monolingualism in a multilingual country such as ours, with a disproportionately diverse economic communities? He will expurgate at the commission. I used that deliberately. Professor Leketi Makalela. Language is central to all forms of learning and enables cognitive development. In education, are there any shifts in teacher training or in classroom preparation that reflect or mirror the multilingual classrooms that present themselves year in and year out? Is MTBBE the sole solution to this problem? Do we need strategies to valorize, anchor the MTBBE linked to all sectors of our economy? Prof. Eustace Ruo. Andras Konai talks about digital accent, whereby a language increasingly acquires digital functions and prestige as its speakers increasingly acquire digital skills. Now, you have been involved in HLD development in South Africa since its inception. Are we developing digital resources for a digitally literate society? How central is human capacity development in this effort? Where should we place this effort strategically? Finally, and by no means the least, Dr. Bengu and Professor Digama. In health, the margins of mistakes are said to be zero. How central is the role of language in health delivery, and how complex is it to mediate this in a multilingual environment? do we have comparative praxis? What lessons can be learned? And what systems can be introduced? The one that I had for Dr. Nxasana, in case the scribes are going to wonder why it is not being read, I had said, D.F. Malan in 1908 famously said, raise the Afrikaans language. Let it become the vehicle of our culture, our history, our national ideals, and you will also raise the people who speak it. Within 30 years, Afrikaans was a language of parliament, government, schools, universities, capable of discussing the most complex science. 30 years on, the democratic South Africa is still here. Why? Is it commitment? Is it planning? Is it execution? Is it resources? Where are we failing? Honorable Minister, DG, and colleagues, these were the questions that I was going to pose to the panel. And by the way, they were going to each take 20 minutes to respond to that. And you can calculate how much time I've saved us. But they will take these, or the commission scribes are going to take these questions to the commissions, and we hope that we are going to do a good deep dive. But allow me to thank the commissions and commission experts that have shared so much with us this afternoon. The minister honored his pledge in the morning. He said he was going to sit and he was going to listen. They have given us a lot to take away to the commissions, and I want to particularly thank all of you. What follows, colleagues, before the announcements is for me to respectfully ask the Honorable Minister to come up front. There is a request for a photo session. The Honorable Minister, I think he is going to be joined. Yeah, is he English and Zulu? Did you hear the pronoun? I called him she, right? Yeah, that's exactly what we grapple with every day. The Honorable Minister will come up front. The DG, are you going to come? The DG, the chair of the Portfolio Committee, the chair of PANSALP, and they will join us here for a photo shoot. As soon as we've done that, the announcements are going to come on how we are going to break our way to the commissions, and then we can go and have lunch. I think we have ended. You can laugh. Thank you. No, I think the minister can sit and the PG. I think we can bring the chairs here. Yeah, no, the minister can sit.
How are you? Oh, good. Good to see you. I live that. No, I'm no longer the chair. The minister kicked me out after
doing a clean job. I had done my job of cleaning the 10 years of negative audit. I had done my job.
I thought about you.
Yes,
This one is my friend. I may not like the other, but I'm going to cite my friend.
I think we're done. Colleagues, yes, that's my voice, teacher's voice. I think we can, I think I will ask politely the learned colleagues to sit down so that we can get the announcements for the commissions. What's the doc?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Honorable Minister, colleagues, please allow me to acknowledge the Honorable Minister and stand on other protocol observed since the morning. There are a few announcements that I need to make before we go for lunch. The first one is with regards to the commission arrangements. We've got 7 commissions in total. Each one of you has been allocated a number, and that number corresponds to your commission. I believe you have received a number, is either 1, 2, up to 7. Please make sure that you keep that number at the back of the lanyard. So we kindly request that everyone must proceed to the number that has been allocated. In as much as you might feel that you wanted to be in another commission that is in line with your work or maybe in line with your expertise, unfortunately, we wanted to allocate the numbers so that we've got a balance of the commissions. You will still be given an opportunity tomorrow to make your contributions towards the recommendations at each commission. And should we not get an opportunity to do that, we will still allow you to send your recommendations via email to the number or the emails that will be provided. Colleagues, the first 4 commissions will remain in this hall. The room will be divided into 4 sections with a signage for each commission. If you got number 1, it means you're going to commission 1, and commission 1 is language and health sciences in this room. You have seen the lead experts for that commission. Our scribes are Mr. Jabulani Simelane, Jabu Msibi, and Mohadi Matemani. We'll have commission 2 again in this hall. That's language, business, and economics. And the scribes are Ms. Joyce Madiba and Mr. Luvuyo Ngigi. Commission 3 will also be in this room, and that is language and technology. And the scribes are Ntate Wichoko Moremi, Tshepiso Sirokolo, and Tlengiwe Kule. And the last commission in this room is Commission 4, and that will be language and heritage. And the scribes are Willie Manana and Tokozile Ndlovu. And then we'll have the other 3 commissions outside of this hall. You're going to exit through this door. You pass the escalators on your left, and there will be a lift on your right, and immediately you turn right. You'll follow the banners. You get through that door, and that will be Commission 5. The first door on your right is language in education, and the scribes are Dr. Xolisa Jongolo and Ms. Nomkhululeko Ngubane. And the second door on your right, in the very same room, there will be Commission 6, that's language and service delivery or social engagement. And our scribes are Mr. Sipho Manganyi and Ms. Machweni Kwebu. And then on your left, in that very same hall, there will be a room that will be Commission 7, that is language and justice system. And the scribes are Mr. Jeffrey Nkuna, Ms. Nomkhuleko Mkhize, and Dr. Nomfundo Mali. And then within the commissions, you must nominate one person, meaning each commission out of the 7, we're going to have 7 nominations. That will be the people that will be serving on the national task team. They will be officially appointed by the minister tomorrow. So each commission should nominate one person from those commissions. And then we have been given a template that will be used by each commission. The scribes have received the template beforehand. Please use the template for tomorrow's presentations. And we plead with you to complete it electronically. The BBTs, please, can we complete it electronically so that it's easier for our chief scribes to be able to transfer the information. And we've got 2 chief scribes, and that's Mr. Johan Stein and Ms. Annette van Zyl. So the scribes within the commissions, please send all your presentations and the reports to these 2 scribes. I believe you've got their email addresses. Otherwise, I'm here, Ms. Khafani is here, Mapul, Mohadi, and Uzanele to assist you with the email addresses. And then lastly, we've got a cocktail and networking session immediately after the commissions. We'll start at 6:30 until 7:30. So the session will also take place downstairs where we're going to have lunch now. You will be directed. And tomorrow's starting time, we know is our final day. The program is also full. Please, let's try to arrive here at 8:30 so that we start promptly at 9 o'clock. We aim to finish at 15:30 considering the travel and the traffic to the airport because most of us are traveling back tomorrow. So colleagues, this is where the real work of the summit begins. We go into the commissions. As we know, this is the engine of the process, and the ideas and recommendations that emerge from this discussion will shape the future direction of the language development in our country. I wish you all the best. Let's go and have lunch for an hour. It's 2:10. 3:10 we go to our commissions as directed. Thank you.